Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that companies leveraging ServiceNow experience an average reduction of 45% in downtime? That's a significant boost to operational efficiency and cost savings. We're here to explore the world of ServiceNow, a game changer in enterprise technology. ServiceNow is more than just a platform. It's a comprehensive solution designed to streamline workflows, automate tasks, and improve service delivery across organizations. Whether you're new to ServiceNow or looking to deepen your understanding, this course will guide you through its functionalities and benefits. Over 6,200 global enterprises have embraced ServiceNow, achieving up to 60% improvements in service delivery efficiency. Beyond efficiency, ServiceNow enhances customer satisfaction and boosts employee productivity. Mastering ServiceNow isn't just about a tool, it's about reshaping modern business operations. By centralizing IT services, automating tasks, and enabling data-driven decisions, ServiceNow empowers organizations to remain agile and competitive in the digital age. In this course, we'll cover ServiceNow architecture, core functionalities, practical applications like incident management and change management, service catalog setup, integration with other systems, and best practices for optimizing ServiceNow implementations. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. What is ServiceNow? 2. What is SaaS? 3. User administration. 4. Creating ticket and raising requests. 5. Create or modify menu list. Let's dive in.
Let's start about ServiceNow. Okay, what is ServiceNow and how it came, when it came? So first of all, remember one thing, ServiceNow was a ticketing tool, as Abu also told initially, that it is one type of ticketing tool. And you can tell that it came around 2004. And there is one person known as Fred Ludy. He was the first person and he gathered few clients regarding the development of ServiceNow, or you can tell usage of ServiceNow, because that was commercial and that came into market to use about ServiceNow. Now, first thing we have to understand that how ServiceNow started and how evolution started in ServiceNow, not as the user's perspective, but as well as in the developer's point of view also. Because now the question is, okay, it has been more than 10 years and this tool is still hyping a lot, as well as it is giving a good productivity. So why we are using ServiceNow? There are other alternatives also. BMC Remedy is an alternative. Salesforce is an alternative. You can tell Sharewell is an alternative. These all the alternatives are there. But why about ServiceNow? Why it is growing like that in a very huge amount? That every organization, even though from mid-level to higher level, as well as small scale industries, are also using ServiceNow nowadays because of its functionality. Why? Because there is a small story associated with that. This tool came in 2004 and it was a ticketing tool. Ticketing tool means, now suppose you are calling, or there is some issue in your iPhone. Okay, in that iPhone there is an issue. Now there could be an issue with the network, or there could be an issue with the handheld, or you can tell the handset which you are having. So you are not getting a network for a particular area. When you are going through, you're not getting a network. Maybe it could be an issue of your phone or either your SIM card. So what you would do, you would go have a call, or you would call a call center or a tech support, any person. Now, after calling that, you get a response that, sir, give me 2 minutes. I am doing some type of troubleshooting. And after troubleshooting, let's see how we can move forward. Then they would do the troubleshooting. They would tell that check once whether it is in this and this steps, or you have to go step by step, one by one. Okay, that's absolutely fine. Now what comes next is you are telling, okay, maybe there could be a network issue or the tower issue nearby. So that could be an issue. So what I am doing, I am logging a ticket for you. They would give you a ticket number for reference. Now this ticket is valid for 3 days or 4 days. As tech support people, or they would tell that, okay, we would try to fix this issue anyhow from our end, whether it is physical or any field agent goes physically and help him or her or from sitting in from their center, they are helping. Now they would do their own troubleshooting, and that ticket is the only hope for you that my issue would be resolved. Okay. In 3 to 4 days, you reach out again. You would be telling that, see, this is an issue. First of all, if it is resolved, most of the people would not reach out. And if it is resolved, if it is not resolved, then they would come back. They would tell that, yeah, my issue, what's happening for my ticket? Is there anything which has been there? Then they would tell that these are the work notes I have written, even though we have sent a notification to you, notification in the sense like an email to you as well as SMS, or any type of message in which you can be communicated that, okay, your ticket is in this and this particular team or this troubleshooting is going on right now. And hopefully the process goes on. If it is fixed as well as if it is not fixed, everyone has its own process. So first of all, this is a ticketing tool. First, it was an old concept. At least for my perspective, it was a concept before 2015. This was the concept. Why? Because right now ServiceNow is a tool in which everything would be possible. It is something like a family package. You take a family package, every facility you would get it in ServiceNow. Now you would tell that it is a ticketing tool. How we would get all these facilities? Facilities would be, I would make you count the modules. How many modules are present in ServiceNow? First of all, ITSM. ITSM means if you are learning English, if you are learning any language in this whole world, you need to start with the alphabets. Alphabets to words, words to sentence formation to an essays. So in ServiceNow, if you want to make a career in any one of the particular domains, then you have to understand from where it started. As in developer's point of perspective, the alphabets of this whole service now has been created through ITSM. ITSM is a base tool. Base tool means in that incident would come, problem would come, change would come, request as well as knowledge management. Even though you can tell service portal would come, in which when you visit a particular website which is in a form of a service now, there you raise a ticket. Okay, there you raise a ticket or there you raise a request that I need a new laptop, I need this credentials, I'm the new user, I need this functionalities in, or this software needs to be installed. For that you need to raise a request. Okay, so these are the basic things which are a part of ITSM. In ITSM you can tell by default. By default means here we use by default as out of the box. And many times when ServiceNow developers would convey you or tell you that have you checked out of the box functionality. Out of the box functionality means the default functionality which ServiceNow is already providing in a ServiceNow instance. Got it? So this is an ITSM first module. Second module is CMDB. CMDB is for the database. It is for the database. If you want to maintain a database, now first of all you have to also understand that in ServiceNow what ServiceNow is. ServiceNow is nothing. It is a tool. You can also create your own tools. That's not at all an issue. But the basic fundamental of ServiceNow is also it is a form and it consists of a tables having rows and columns. It's as simple as that. Technically speaking about ServiceNow, it is a tool which consists of forms and containing tables and rows in a form of a database. Here tables are present. Whole ServiceNow is working on particular tables. Again, I am repeating one more time. ITSM is the base module, and in that different modules are there like change management, incident management, request management, knowledge management, and problem management. If you learn these things, even though it is not necessary to work on all the things, if you worked on any two tools, this means that you are certified as an ITSM developer. Why you are certified? Because you know the core concepts, how the ServiceNow performs. Because to become a developer, you have to only understand few scripting concepts and how I can debug the things, or how I can, it is something like a toy you play. if you solve 2 puzzles, you are confident enough to solve other 10 puzzles also. So this is an ITSM. Another is CMDB to maintain the databases. Another one is GRC, governance, risk and compliance. Governance, risk and compliance, it is used for, like, I am creating a policy in your company. Have you ever thought about it, that who has created this policy? One of the famous policies you would be knowing, that POSH, POSH, POSH. And you can simplify it and tell that it is for the sexual harassments in a company, that if some misbehave or something is happening, so this type of you can tell this is the policy which is present. But have you ever thought from where it came, this this particular law? Because this could be an issue, correct, that somebody that maybe in small organization this law is not there, but in bigger organization this would be there, but it is there in all the organizations. This is also having a different connection in GRC, but this laws, regulations, security, this comes from GRC. This is the third module.
Hey, Kumar,
Mhm.
for me, your presentation stuck on the disclaimer page, on the disclaimer slide. I'm not sure if you're going through slides or not.
No, I would go.
Oh, okay.
I would go.
Okay. Just making sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So that is for the GRC. The fourth module comes into the picture is for IT operations management, which is called as an ITOM. In the ITOM, what it happens is, now suppose I want to set up a server. You have in a company, this is a new project which is coming up. I need to set up a server. At that point of time, I need to use ITOM. Or I want to give an architectural view. I want to create an architecture at the backend. Then at that point of time, I would use ITOM. Okay, this is the fourth module. Fifth module is HRSD. It is for human resource. You can tell onboarding, offboarding, any type of process is there which you can handle or HR can handle. They have the different module HR. So what till now, ITSM, CMDB, GRC, security operations, IT operations management, and this is HRSD. Now CSM. CSM is customer service management. In customer service management, what happens is that, now suppose some of the end user is sending a mail to ServiceNow. Say this is not working from 2 days or 1 day or from half an hour, this is not working. I'm dropping a mail to the help desk, a ticket would be created and a reply would automatically come that this is the ticket number and this much is the SLA, service level agreement, and in this time it would be resolved. Simple as that. This is the concept. If you want to go in a chatbot, you type something. When you type something, what comes up? Somebody, it is not the person who is setting. If a person would be there, then you can imagine that how much human power it would be. And at least in ServiceNow, this is not the case, because it is an automation tool at the end of the day. So you can add in the definition that it is an automation tool in which it consists of the forms and the tables which would be represented in a form of an rows and columns. Simple. Now, these are the different modules I have showed. So with every module has its own capability. Every module has its own capability and it works with you can tell there are plugins are there. There are different plugins and all are chargeable. It is not free. It is free for your PDI, which is called as a personal development instance. Today we would also see that how to request a PDI, or if anybody wants to share a screen, then I can also guide them how to raise a request, or you can tell how to raise up how to get an access of a PDI, personal development instance. Then these are, if you would see the slide, what are the topics which are there? What is ServiceNow? Key benefits of ServiceNow, modern service priorities, how to use ServiceNow and who uses ServiceNow. First of all, we would see. And one more thing which is very much important in this whole ServiceNow is why ServiceNow came into picture, because of the hype of internet. If internet is not there, cloud would not come, no cloud platforms would come. Why? Because we have seen We have personally seen that ServiceNow used to come in the CDs. It used to come in the CDs. People used to install it by putting in their drive, and then they used to access it. It is something like a concept of an PaaS, platform as a service. That also we would see that what is SaaS and what is PaaS, platform as a service and software as a service, or you can tell ServiceNow is a combination of both. And ServiceNow is so much successful. Why it is so much successful? Because of it is a cloud platform. And one more success point would be there for ServiceNow is that the UI is better than other tools. The UI is better than other tools. Why? Because I have used BMC Remedy, but I think so the UI of ServiceNow is pretty much better. Now, one more thing you have to think that like in ServiceNow recently, which version it is going on? ServiceNow for it is Tokyo. And companies always use N-1 version. Most of the companies use N-1 version. N-1 means which is the latest, you can tell, version of ServiceNow, which is Tokyo, -1, which would be the San Diego version. Because what happens? Now, suppose you are stuck in an issue and you are working in Tokyo. Nobody knows it except ServiceNow. You raise a high portal ticket, fix it. Many times they are also unable to fix it. They would tell that the fix would come in next release. So at that point of time, it's better to take a precaution and go for one version below every time. And there is also an upgradation process. Why? Because this upgradation process also tell why I'm telling or pointing out this point. You have to understand in this, you all people, that people who have worked in different tools before, but why they are choosing now ServiceNow. You would see many of the clients, they would be telling that I was working in BMC Remedy or my company was there in BMC Remedy. Now they are upgrading it to ServiceNow, because that is also something, a different process which goes on. And for that, we have to understand what is the concept, why they are upgrading to these tools, because mainly for the architecture as well as for the user experiences or the plugins or the functionality which they give in ServiceNow because of that. And if you would see BMC Remedy, it is very dull tool. Means especially for the developers, if you would see, it is very primitive type of tool is there that people would not like. And even though the lovers who are of UI UX, they would not at all like that particular tool. And why BMC Remedy? Because there was only one competition for ServiceNow before, and one competition was only BMC Remedy. Still people are using, but why that platform failed? That is the major question, and that is fixed in ServiceNow, because they have not upgraded their platform for a longer period of time. If you are not upgrading, you would be out market. That is obvious. If you are sticking to a primitive technology, yeah, for sure, be ready for 5 or 10 years to lose your jobs, because that is the only way. Technology is expanding. We have to upgrade it accordingly to that. So here you can see one of the systematic definitions that ServiceNow is one of the rare platforms that can show a rapid return on investment and continue to deliver strong values, and organization expands its use. Then now automation. You can see here what are the key benefits of ServiceNow. First benefit is architectural benefit. Now you would be thinking that from 10 minutes I am telling one thing only. What is architecture? But the architecture is streamlining the process. Why we need architects? They would tell you the best suggestion that this would, if we would implement this, this would be the end result, and the productivity would be also more. So for that, for architecture purpose, it enhances the tools. And ServiceNow is one of the major examples that we can provide our own architecture in that. And even though ServiceNow also supports for few or some amount of time, when we buy a particular ServiceNow instance, they support for a longer period of means approximately I have seen 6 months. They support with full dedication with 1 or 2 resources completely dedicated on that particular project, so that they can also cross skill and they can give their own suggestions that how it can be improved. that only it has been written into a business language. What are the key benefits of ServiceNow? And one more benefit is there. You can't tell it's a benefit, but you can tell nowadays it is present in everywhere. Even though if you use Python, if you use Java, if you use PHP, any language or any tool, one point would be common for everyone. That is the integrations. That you can do lot of integrations. As per my knowledge, I have done Azure AD integration, SailPoint integration, then Microsoft Office integration, SharePoint integration, then CMDB, SAP Cosmos integration. These are all integrations which I have done, and it is very easy to use in ServiceNow. Just you need a little bit knowledge about scripting and your concepts. If your ITSM concepts are clear, you can do any integration with any of the modules. Not at all an issue. Now, what are the priorities? ServiceNow focuses on accelerating and the speed of IT service delivery and experience. As I again told in a simpler language, I told before that of course the delivery, because there are a lot of factors in ServiceNow in which we can mark or we can track the productivity of a particular person, so that if we give the productivity, then only the efficiency of a company would increase with the tool, because tool would also get upgraded with the time. And the second point you can see is ServiceNow offers users a low friction experience. Yes, good UI UX, obvious, because it is not rigid. It is you can tell it is having a smooth experience. Like Amazon, if you are scrolling in Amazon, forms or catalogs would come in similar type, not exactly I would tell 100%, but at least 30-40% of that is similar, like the catalogs or the items or whatever your need is there, you can customize it. Now, as I told, there are different modules are there, so you can tell GRC is there, service portfolio management is there, software asset management. I have not told about the asset management, but in your company the laptops are there, or you can tell mouse is there or a headset is there. The technical term in ServiceNow, it is called as an consumables. If you are now software as here it is written software asset management, which is SAM, and there is one module which is called as an ITAM. We don't call it SAM separately, we call it as ITAM. ITAM means IT asset management. In that it is divided into two parts. One is called as an hardware asset management and another one is software asset management. Hardware asset management means how many people are using how many assets, how many laptops, how many mouse, how many small devices they are using. Everything has been tracked in HAM, hardware asset management. Similarly, if you go to SAM, how many softwares you are using, what is the expiration date of that particular software, when it got renewed, how to put using the different or the third party tool to your application or to your machine. All these things or all these details would be coming under SAM. So SAM and HAM makes one particular module, which is ITAM. And no need to remember this, that GRC is there, SAM is there, HAM is there, and all this. Why? Because ServiceNow is having so many modules that if you would work 20 years also, the modules would not finish. Why does it not finish? Because recently I have seen one example, or you can tell ServiceNow is creating a monopoly for that. But you can tell, yeah, it is a monopoly which they are creating now. They are creating, like, now suppose you purchase GRC, your governance, risk and compliance, and it is a very costly plugin. The cheap plugins are GRC Archer and SAP GRC. It is comparatively cheaper than GRC. Now recently in COVID they have created one application with USA, and especially with one of the health department they created. Now what they are doing, they are taking ideas from other people, they are creating their own module, they are charging it, and they are providing it to other people, and they are telling, see, this is our product. If you want to buy, you would get this functionalities. Even though 10 clients would buy that functionalities, then also they are in profitable situation. So because why I am telling you should understand what I am trying to tell is that first I told about GRC, then I told that one of the application they have created, and they have told that, see, this is the product which we are creating. It is in a business point of perspective. If in a technical point of perspective, you can create your own. You can customize your own ITSM instance and create an application, and the best example is the custom applications. But what is the need for doing this? It is something like a business perspective. See, now we are open, give our thoughts. What's your requirement? Give us. For you, we would create a special plugin. You install it, use it. Be happy. Nothing, no effort would be needed from your end. So what I am doing, I'm taking a contract, making an application, deploying it in a form of a plugin, directly delivering it to the specific customers, not to all the customers, and you use it in a plugin. So this is one of the monopolies which ServiceNow is using nowadays. So here also you can see in the ServiceNow also offers security operations, CSM, customer service management, human resource, which is called as an HRSD. So there are different you can tell plugins would be there, and everything is chargeable. Remember one thing in ServiceNow, even though you are customizing one thing, customization in the sense like, suppose your first name is there, your last name is there, and your department is there. Now you want to put one more field in a table. Right now you would not be understanding, but get a high overall concept. Even though if you are putting one extra field, that would be also chargeable by ServiceNow. That small customization would be also chargeable, and now they have their different plans how to maintain that. So you can see that here also I have covered the same thing, that it is completely, you can tell lot of parameters are there in ServiceNow which backs up to become as a #1 tool in the market right now comparatively to Salesforce also. So these are the few and one more important thing in this provides workflows. This provide workflows also. Workflows means, now suppose you want to create your own process. First of all, some default process would be going on. One small process I would tell you. Suppose you are requesting for a new access. You are a new employee in a company. You are telling your manager, where is my laptop and where is my access? He would tell that I would not do. You have to go into this URL. You have to open that particular form, fill that form. A request would come, and then I would approve it. Or who would be the specific manager at that point of time initially, you would approve it. You would go to the form. You would raise a request for the new laptop as or you can tell for the new access or the credentials. Approval would go to whom? To your manager. First he would approve that. First he would check all the details, whether this guy has given all the details properly or not. If he has given all the details properly, then it would proceed further. Then it would create a catalog task, and your manager would not give you credentials. I am just taking as an example. Maybe in other organization they give directly, but he would not give you. He would tell that every day my 50 requests are coming. I cannot give 50 people one by one access. So what did they, after approving it, what it would happen? It would go, that particular ticket would go to a particular team. That team would work. Okay, he is the person, his manager has approved it. These are the credentials. This is correct. This is the email address. Let me send his credentials to his personal email address. This is done. Then he would log in with his credentials. Fine. This whole process starting from going to the service portal, raising a request, going for the approval to the manager would approve the request, goes to the other teams would verify and give you the password and the other credentials. How it is done? It is done using the workflows. that a developer has given, some stakeholder or some architect has told, this is the workflow business needs for their process. You have to create a workflow. At that point of time, a developer would go at the back end, he would follow the process and whatever the requirements came from the higher level team, and he would create a workflow. One more thing which makes a ServiceNow special is service portal. Service portal, I've seen a lot of service portals in which a lot of customizations are done. Even though if you would first see that how ServiceNow looks like as a service portal, you can't identify it is a website like an open source website, or it is a ServiceNow, because ServiceNow is licensed one. You cannot differentiate at all. But yes, there is also one more point comes into picture is the more customization you do, the instance would become more slow. You do a lot of customizations, that's not at all an issue. But ServiceNow tells that if you don't follow our process, then don't blame us later on that your instance becomes slow. Then we can't do anything. Then it's your headache, you have to figure it out. Because ServiceNow already tells from first, this is the process, this is how we need to go. If you come out of the process, or if you try to implement big things without purchasing any plugins from them, then it would be an issue for longer period of time. And even though there are few functionalities which came into picture like virtual agent, service portal already I mentioned, virtual agent is also there. Virtual agent is nothing but it is called as a chatbot. Now, who uses ServiceNow? ServiceNow is used by every person. ServiceNow is used by every person, even though I can tell that a staff boy who is making a coffee and who is sweeping on the floors to the VP of a company, everybody use ServiceNow. Now you tell, I have never seen ServiceNow, any low person or a person, staff boy who uses ServiceNow. Then let me tell you an example. It is a real-time example. There is a project of UAE. They are the oil companies. Now they have 30 to 40 floors. Now they have 30 to 40 floors. This doesn't mean that how they would bring so much people for their work. So half of the building they have given for catering services. Catering services means big people, big celebrities, or these people would come and make a catering service inside ServiceNow. Or sorry, not ServiceNow, in a building. Now, suppose a function is going on. At the site, somebody spilled some water or some drink. What would happen? They would take a photograph. They would upload in service portal using a tablet. A notification would go to the nearest staff boy. He would come to that particular place by seeing the location, and he would sweep the floor, and then he would go. So you can see that I have not talked about a very big level people. I have talked about the ground reality, how small person can also use ServiceNow in their daily life. Now, it is the end user's perspective, and for sure developers use this, business users you can tell use this particular tool, and they have an access called as an ITIL, because in this rules are also a factor. Support teams, this means that whenever you are having an issue, when you are calling someone, this means that either it is going to a call center or to a tech support team. Support teams. Admin, you can tell who does a little bit of work like adding groups, adding roles, or creating few forms. Or you can tell a type of subordinate for the developers. They are the admins. And the facilitator means anybody, even though the person who is bringing the requirement, this means that he is making use of ServiceNow, then only he brought the requirement. In each level of your company, if they purchase ServiceNow, this means that they are supporting the complete company using ServiceNow. And it is already, you can see that it is also a combination. I have counted the different modules like ITSM, GRC, security operations, HRSD, ITAM, IT asset management, operations management, everything. So you can tell it is a combination of everything. Automation application, human resource management, security management, customer service management, which is CSM, and business management. Business management, you can also come that business continuity management is also there, which is also part of business management as well as security management. And business management is ITBM, IT business of management. In that EPM and PPM would come. Portfolio project management. This is one of the famous modules, even though you can see in the other tools also these two modules would be there, PPM and APM. So this is the combination of everything. Every functionality you can get it in ServiceNow. It is a one-stop shop. You come, buy everything, go, you get all the facilities. Now, what are the best practices of ServiceNow? Now, to automate the business tasks, that's fine. Of course, it is an automation tool, so it is used to automate the business tasks. To increase the customer engagement, if you deliver on time, the productivity would be more, the engagement would be more, the profit would increase. Simple. For collaboration perspective, you can replace the spreadsheets easily, yes, because you can tell that one more module is there that is called as an performance analytics. In that completely everything related to this reports would come, reports, dashboards, who is the person is giving how much productivity, how much applications you are using, how much hardwares are registered, how much configuration items are there, how many users are present, how many active users are present. Every report it would give you in detail. So that is the best example to replace the spreadsheets. But if you tell no, I would get an interface of an Excel, you can't get it, boss. That's not possible. And that's not feasible. Till now, I have never seen, because nobody can replace Excel and Word at least. To improve the overall structure of the work environment and simulate the workflow, automation of the workflows. To create a friendly user environment in ServiceNow. If the UI UX is better, of course, it would create a friendly environment as well as engaging environment. The things which people would like, they would fall for it. Yeah, see, this would be something like this. Still, one or two steps are there. This would be the login, admin, and username and password. It would be present. And this is the interface which you would be seeing. This is the interface. What you would be seeing is of Rome. Frankly speaking, it is of Rome, but San Diego is much more upgraded one. Functionality is exactly the same. There is not much difference in that. Only the difference is of UI UX. That is, many people like this interface, many people like San Diego interface. So now it completely depends on person's choice with which appearance he or she needs to go. No, it is a cloud platform. If you have an internet, Google browser or any browser you have, and if you have an email ID in which you can confirm the OTP or confirm the verification, that's more than enough. And this is the developer instance which I have already shared in the chat, developer.servicenow.com. I think so. It would trigger an verification mail to your email ID, so you can check once.
All right, I did receive it. Now I'm going to be logging in.
Yeah, not an issue. Take your time.
All right, so once I signed in, this is the landing page.
Perfect. Do you code? Yes. I need a developer-oriented ID. Next. Select all. As well as it's optional. So no, first sign the agreement and then finish setup. Perfect. Request instance. It would take a little bit of time setting up instance. And one more catch is there in ServiceNow, that if you don't log in for 10 days, your instance would expire and it would go off. Means you would not be able to access your instance. Later on again, you have to request a new instance and then you have to start working. So it should not be ideal continuously. It should not be ideal for 10 days. If it is, then a particular instance would go.
Okay, looks like the instance is set up.
Click on next, or either you can cross it. That's not at all an issue. Perfect. This is what? This is a Tokyo as well as San Diego instance. Means it is one instance only, but the UI UX which you are seeing right now, it is of San Diego as well as of Tokyo. This is how it looks like. Now you would think that, now where is the navigation bar? Correct? Because in my instance, I showed you, there was a navigation bar on the left hand side. So you also need a navigation bar. So click on all. See, this is the navigation bar pin all menus. Now this navigation bar would be there for always. Means it would not go. It would go if you unpin that, but this functionality is not there in this one. You can tell lower versions, London, New York, Quebec, Rome. These functionalities are not there. So this is one of the functionality, and this is how it looks. ServiceNow looks like that. There is a navigation bar at the top. It is called as an header. In that header, favorites, history, workspaces, admin is there. There is a search is there. Now, if you click on the icon which is present on the right hand side, one person's face is there. This is use system administrator, profile preferences, impersonate user, elevate roles, and log out. This is how it actually looks like. You don't have to log out, keep it login only, and it would end the session after some time. Means if you would be ideal for 30 minutes or 20 minutes, it would log you out, or it would session would get expired. So this is how ServiceNow looks like. Got it? Till now, any questions? Or if everybody is doing or requesting an instance, you can also inform me.
Yeah, I was able to do the same thing. I did the same thing as Marcel did as he was doing it.
Now, what is SaaS? SaaS means software as a service. Software as a service, you can tell, as well as I have told you previously also in few lines, that it is a combination of both SaaS as well as PaaS. SaaS means software as a service, means it is completely open. Now, whatever you want to do or whatever you want to do on the cloud or store any file or do any of the functionalities, these all things you can do there in the SaaS, even though you can do it in the PaaS. But the best thing about SaaS is it is not dependent on the platform. It is independent, platform independent it is. Now you can tell that software as a service, you can get it from an internet. You can install that application from the internet, and all the modules would be installed into ServiceNow as a package. And you can tell from when the internet became more prevalent in the different countries, from that time only this concept came, which is called as in SaaS. Now, SaaS is also have a multiple architecture. One is the multi-tenant architecture, in which all users are using the single application. So that is called as a multi-tenant architecture. That one application is there, multiple users are there. That is called as a multi-tenant architecture, and it is comparatively faster. Now you can also tell that how you can judge that SaaS is faster comparatively to PaaS. This could be an issue. Now the very logical or very common issue you can tell that, suppose my internet is slow, how you can tell at that point of time that SaaS is faster comparatively to PaaS? No, that is obvious. We cannot tell. It depends completely on the internet speed. Even though you would experience in your PDI, the better internet is there, much faster the page loads, and not always on the depending on the internet only. We cannot blame always the internet. Why? Because out of the box it would open fast. Whatever ServiceNow has given, it would open fast. The performance would be much better. If you want to put more weight on that ServiceNow instance, putting a lot of customizations in the sense like In one module only, you are doing the customization. It is nothing like you are installing 10 plugins. Because of that 10 plugins, my internet or not my internet, my ServiceNow instance became slow. No, it would not be the reason any day. The reason would be only the customization. If you're taking an ITSM module, basic module, you want to put all the features in that. You want to put all, because many people in their businesses, what they do to save money or to save the cost of CSM, of HRSD or anything, they try to make the own process of ITSM only. They are telling, we don't know this, we don't want this HRSD module. I would create onboarding and offboarding process in catalogs or in record producers only. Yeah, you can do up to such extent, up to some extent, but later on it would cause an issue. Customizations are easier, and you can't tell almost all the customizations. Now it completely depends on the business requirements, that whatever the business requirements, if the business requirements is pretty simple for customization, then it's fine. Now we have to also take care of one thing here. We have to also take care of one thing here. Hello, any question?
Hey there! Want to master ServiceNow for efficient management? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive into ServiceNow, your ultimate tool for seamless operations. From stocking essentials to smooth deliveries, we cover it all. Taught by seasoned experts, this course starts from basics to advanced strategies, ensuring comprehensive learning. Our instructors are industry professionals ready to guide you and address all your queries. And our students, they love how practical and valuable the course is. Join now without breaking the bank. Affordable learning awaits you. Ready to ace ServiceNow? Enroll today on ZaranTech's website.
Oh, we are fine.
Yeah. So SaaS is and the risk is less comparatively. If you tell in ServiceNow, it provides a security, a proper security. And why proper security? That is obvious. If anything related to the business, it would provide a security, or else who would use this particular tool? Because there are other alternatives are also there. If it is not able to provide the security, nobody would use it. And one point also to keep in mind, always keep in mind one thing about ServiceNow. If anybody asks ServiceNow, you can right now at this point of time in 2022, you can tell that it is an automation tool. Automation as well as architectural tool, which supports the complete business in your company. Better access you have already seen. How to get an access, it's very easy. Similarly in companies also, into their day-to-day life, how they give an access, it's very simple. Because previously, few years before, it was a lot of process, this and that was present. Nowadays it's very easy. Why? Because they create an email address inside ServiceNow. After going into ServiceNow, they go to an user table. That is called as an sys user table. This also I would tell you how it actually looks like. I hope everybody can see my screen. So these are the SaaS characteristics, and we have taken one example as ServiceNow, and we have seen that all the privileges, monitor the data, as well as giving the information, dynamically providing the information, providing all the facilities, that is done in the service, that is done in SaaS. And that is not, I'm not telling that these functionalities are not provided in PaaS. PaaS also provides. PaaS has also all the capabilities of doing it. But there is one basic difference in between all of them, is that it works on an internet. It doesn't work on an internet. If it works on an internet, it is a cloud platform. We have a lot more functionalities in them. And PaaS is platform as a service. So you can also see the hierarchy as a service option include infrastructure as a service. Here the provider hosts hardware, software, storage, means a type of a server. This is also present in ServiceNow server. Even though I have seen the other application, which is a BMC remedy and one of the HP, they are also using one of the tools. It is similar to the BMC remedy, but it is not properly, or you can tell it is not complete BMC remedy, which you can tell. There also I have seen that servers have been set up. Server needs to communicate to one of the other servers. Then the ticketing tool would open up. After getting open up, you need to fill the details, log the tickets. But in that process also sometimes what happens, it fails. Why it fails? Because it is practically connecting to some physical server somewhere. Now, what is the benefits of SaaS? Low setup in infrastructure cost means if you have an internet, if you have many things, your hardware cost is saved. If to access ServiceNow, you can also access it using mobile applications, using your Chromebooks. Even though the low configuration laptops can also can also access ServiceNow. Scalability is more, as well as security. You can tell security is higher nowadays. Frankly speaking, security is higher nowadays because it is it is open, or you can tell it is on internet. So for security, recently in 1 or 2 years, they have provided another application or another tool which is for the security operations, SecOps, which we tell, and we can access from anywhere. Access from means any ServiceNow link. If it is open, if in many of the companies it is open, any laptop you would put that particular URL, it would open that ServiceNow instance. As well as the important point in ServiceNow is the SLAs, which is called as a service level agreement. What is service level agreement? I think so you all know service level agreement, but there are also 3 type of SLAs you can tell, or the agreements it would be there. One is called as an SLA, another one is called as an OLA, which is called as an operational level agreement, and the third one is called as an underpinning contract. This is also one of the most important chapters in ServiceNow. Later on it would come. Later on in the later perspective it would come. And it helps you only, you and your company, both of them, and especially to the customers. Now suppose you logged a ticket for some issue of your mobile or your SIM card. This person told that, okay, I would help you out. Suppose you called, you logged a ticket and nobody responded only after 10 days or 15 days. So what would happen? They would simply tell that, no, your issue has not been resolved. But that is not the case. Why they need to work on that ticket? Because revenue is getting generated from that ticket. Suppose I'm giving you a project, or any customer is giving you a project. He is telling, see, this is my 15 minutes resolution time or response time. 15 minutes is the response time. Response time means whenever the ticket comes. Now nobody is assigned on that ticket. Who would take the credibility of that ticket? It cannot be open. It cannot be open-ended. So for that response, if you don't take, or if you don't give a response, or if you don't align a particular agent on that ticket for that 15 minutes, then you would be charged some charges, or whatever it has been dealt among the organizations, they would do. Suppose $100 ticket is there. If you don't respond, $50 you have to give to me, or I would deduct $50 in that. In 20 minutes, if it is not resolved, then I would deduct $70 for that. Now it happens in this manner. This is the vague example of dollars. It's not 100 or $50. Maybe the prices varies, even though it can go to $200, $300 per ticket. And we know that why ServiceNow SaaS cloud platform, it is one of the best tools right now, because it provides all the functional. Whatever you tell, there is a point from ServiceNow that we provide better than this company or better than this vendor. That they provide workflows, they provide management, they provide security, they provide rules and regulations, they provide architecture, everything they provide. And here means robust data management. Robust data management means like data collection. And one thing to take a point is that data collection. Now I am telling data collection for sure. If you would use PaaS or SaaS, for sure it would be a data collection only, or because everything works on a table. A form is there, table is there, any application you can make. Even though you can make an open source, you can make a licensed one. It consists of only two combinations, form and database. So similarly for data collection, data storage, application development, and specifically in ServiceNow for data storage, there is called as in CMD. And you can also share amount of data in the public with the security as well as with the security. Means the security would be given. There are different algorithms are present for the password conversions. Now, one more thing is there. Now, if you go for an open source application, you put a password. It's something very hard for a developer to do it. Similarly, these all functionalities, we would think that this is such a small functionality, a password. If I want to encrypt the password, if you go for an open source and see the tools, developers need to do a lot of hard work in that point also. Why? Because there is some logic is there, some algorithms we need to put MD5 or this or that algorithm needs to be presented or this combination needs to be there. These all things would be there because there is a risk. There is a risk always involved with the tool. So to provide that security, who would provide the security? Of course, the developers would provide the security by doing a development at the back end. But if you go for ServiceNow, they have taken care for this. Means you don't have to put an extra effort for small details. You can create an application. And one more thing, which is very much important in ServiceNow. Like I told ServiceNow is this, ServiceNow that it is generating this revenues, that revenues, so many modules are there for everything. But the best thing is now it's a time for applications. Everybody wants to use any of the applications with ease in their mobile phones. Nobody wants to sit on the laptop and do the things. So we have a mobile applications also. Mobile application is present. Already it is also free in ServiceNow. If you have the credentials of your company with a ServiceNow instance, you can easily log in from your mobile and you are ready to go. Better visibility, as I told, for the third-party applications and integration hub. As I have seen, you can see the second point. I would read it so that your concept would be also clear later on. The integration hub concept was developed to make it easy to integrate with other popular enterprise applications such as SAP, Dynatrace, Okta, and more. Okay. And ServiceNow also offers a flow designer module to automate the integration development process with less coding efforts. Okay, fine. These are very good points. When I'm listening, this is giving relief to my ears, but it would not give relief in the development. Why? Because there is a concept in this that flow designer is there. Okay, flow designer. Flow designer came as an alternative of workflows. As an alternative of workflows. Workflows are used from when? From ServiceNow when it was built. And still it is effective. Still it is effective. And there is no issue in that. But now the issue, one point which came into picture, or this also doesn't need to be considered. But ServiceNow, as I told, it has its own monopoly and they want to create it as an automation tool later on. So what they have told, you don't have to write a code at all. Fine, let it be. Remove coding, remove scripting. I would give you one tool for automation, which is a flow designer. Okay, flow designer came, not a problem. Flow designer is for the automation process. The automation process, which I have told you earlier. Earlier means you go to the form, fill the form, approval would go to the manager would approve, go to a particular team, they would work and close the particular ticket. This is a complete process. How you would create that? You can create this whole process by only two ways in ServiceNow, either by using a workflow or either by using a flow designer. Workflow was a functionality which came long back and still it has been used. But ServiceNow told that it is a new tool. A flow designer is a new tool. You use new tool and you have to use it. Businesses ask that why I need to use it. Already from 10 years, I'm using workflows. Then they told, okay, fine, don't use it. You can make use of flow design workflows. But someday you'd stuck because, of course, in your team, if you are stuck, you would ask your senior or if, your architect, or if he doesn't know, he would ask some other person. And if everybody is stuck and the dead end came, what do you do next? Issue comes. You would go to ServiceNow. You would raise a high portal ticket. You would tell ServiceNow, please help me out. I have paid you money. Now you have to help me out. They would simply tell, no, this is not my issue. We already told you from first. Don't use workflows. Nowadays, flow designer came. Now, if you can do it, if you can fix it, do it. But we are not responsible for it. And they would tell you bluntly. And you don't have any choice on that because they are telling we would not support on workflows. Now we are supporting only on flow designers. And like this, flow designer came and only differences of coding. There little bit of scripting is needed. Here no scripting is needed. Completely drag and drop process is there. Now, I told about flow designer. Now then from where integration hub came. Integration hub is a part of flow designer only. Flow designer comes for free in ServiceNow. But if you want to make use of an integration hub, you have to purchase that tool separately. If you don't purchase that tool, you cannot do integration using flow designer. Flow designer is free, but to do integration using a flow designer, which is called as an integration hub, that is not free. That you have to purchase. So that is one of the way of integration. And another primitive way, we all know that there are inbound integration, outbound integration, bidirectional integration, scripted REST API. These are the different jargons which I am using right now, but later on I would give an overview of integrations also, how it actually works. But 2 points I made clear. Flow designer is there, less coding is needed comparative to workflows, and right now it is a new product, came 2 versions before, approximately from New York. Yeah, from New York it came, and from New York when it came, from then people, or you can tell businesses, started shifting. And to use the integration hub, it is a part of a flow designer. If you want to use an integration hub, buy a license, and then only you can do an integration using flow design. Else you don't have any other way. Go for the another little bit hard, or you can tell a time consuming way. Go and write a script, work on it. Now, what are integration features? Integration features means you point any tool, any type of integration would be possible. If you would call for Jenkins, it is for DevOps. If you call for SAP, it is for configuration items, which I have done. I am telling. If you go for operations, there is IBM and Cisco. If you want to go for ticketing, it is Freshworks. If you want to go integrate with another IT service management tool, then it is BMC Remedy and Salesforce. If you want to do an authentication means right now when you open or when you requested a new instance, what you have done? You have just clicked on request instance and you have clicked on login. You are in that. Now suppose I am telling, no, I don't believe people having this email IDs and password. I want to put one more security while login. I want to put a captcha, or I want to do some type of verification. That also we can do using the integrations. So integrations are nothing but different tools are there to connect with them. We are using integration with ServiceNow. Now there is also a licensing for our ServiceNow, as ServiceNow is a SaaS application, software as a license. For sure, there would be some license, and that completely depends on the businesses, that how they purchase and what are the functionalities they provide. Because I have seen many projects, and it completely depends on the budget. The more budget you have, the more functionalities. Even those if you would be having a big budget, ServiceNow would help you in customizations. In small and medium scale projects, they would never help, but in larger amount of projects, they would come and help you out also. Software, in the software license management, what are the rules? It is SAM underscore integrator, and there are different tools are, you can tell there are different tables are there. Now you can see here product profile type. If you see on the first point, SAMP SW product profile type, SaaS script root, SaaS consumption summary, subscription usage. These are what? These are nothing but this comes under the SAM module, software asset management, and these are all the backend tables. Backend tables means, let me tell you what are the backend tables. Now suppose somebody told you you need to open an incident table. How you would do that? Incident, create new, all done. This is the incident record, new record. If you want to create a new incident, don't focus on this point, means first two messages, this is an info message or this is an info message or this type of decorations or making mandatory, because I was teaching others at that point of time. I have done some customization in this. But suppose if you want to open an incident, you would open from here, or you would open to see all the incidents from here. This means that this comes here in this module. This is an incident, you have written incident. Now the issue is, now you have 10 modules which are installed in your machine, and you are a ServiceNow developer. You have 10 to 15 tasks on your head. At that point of time, you would not waste here to see this incident and then you would scroll where the incident is coming, let me check. No, that is not possible. Practically that is not possible, because you have a deadlines to deliver. At that point of time, what you would do, there are few names are there, that also I would write and give it to you separately. Incident.list. It has opened the incident table. Suppose I want to open the request. SC underscore RE, SC underscore REQ underscore item dot list. See, all the requests came, all the requested items came here. Suppose I want to open a problem. See, all the problem records came. Suppose I want to see all users. See, all the users came here. Now you would also think how I would get to know. This person knows, or he is already working in ServiceNow, so he knows that, so he is typing quickly. First of all, you have to keep in mind, or you have to focus on the URL, how the URL is changing. Here what it is, first of all, this is my dev instance ID, dev110569.service-now.com. okay, /sys underscore user underscore list dot do. So what the backend name of this user table? Sys underscore user. Suppose flow, I was talking about the flow designer, that is also stored in some table. All the flow designers are also stored in the table. Means every single record, either you are inserting the record, you are deleting the record, or you are doing anything, everything would be recorded and everything would be there inside ServiceNow instance. Now why I showed these things? This is the backend names that I would give you in written, so that you can learn it and you can make it in a practice. That whenever I would means every day 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you can make it in a practice. That this things, if I would write, this table would open. This is the use of this table, or these are the things which are stored in this table in this particular format. So that would make your life easy. Or else you have to scroll down the things. You have to check in the navigation bar where it is. And it would take time. And that's completely on the developer's wish, how he or she wants to go further. So these are what? These are the different tables of SAM. SAM is the module which is called as in software asset management. And these are the backend names. SAMP underscore SW underscore product underscore profile underscore type. Similarly, we have seen for requested item, SC underscore REQ underscore item dot list. Similarly, for change request, if you want to open the change request, the backend name would be change underscore request dot list. Here dot list is not there. Dot list means open a list view, and dot form means open a form view. That also I would show you. Here says, give me a minute, says underscore user dot, directly it opened a form. Now let me open a list. Says user dot list. See, it opened a list, and here it opened a form. So that's the difference between a list and a form. How to use a here in ServiceNow. Now software, and we know that it is not new. Now everybody is using, even though different tools are using. Cherwell is also using cloud platform. Salesforce is also using cloud platform. Everybody is using cloud platform because this model is only called as in software as a service. There are different licenses which are involved. If you would see, or if you would read the lines in the software model, subscription pricing, the natural choice, and that comes obviously, at least in service, pricing and all this. I cannot tell about the BMC Remedy and other tools, Cherwell or Salesforce, but it is there in ServiceNow. And the good part about this is, now you took a contract. ServiceNow took a contract from your company. They are telling, okay, for 2 years, we would be supporting our personal support. We would be giving our personal support. And after that, until and unless your instance is there, these are the packages, or these are the functionalities in which we can give you the support. So there are also packages, maintenance are there, support are there, different updates are there. Because what happens, in many companies, they hire specially developers who can do an upgrade. Upgrade means, now a very simple example, like in your phone, iPhone. I don't know about iPhone, what's the upgrade, but in Android and all this, an update comes in every 6 months. You click on that update, your UI, UX, and some of the functionalities would enhance. Similarly, in ServiceNow, in every 6 months, one version comes. And it is a consistent, that in every 6 months, or in every 7 or 8 months, one version would come. That version, some extra functionalities it has been added, and something more got modified than the previous one. Apart from that, if you are using 2 instances old also, that would also not affect much. If your ServiceNow instance is well maintained, or your ITSM is well maintained regarding ServiceNow, if they have not understood anything, if they have some confusions about the concept or about ServiceNow, you can ask me.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is ServiceNow primarily known for? Option A, customer relationship management. Option B, enterprise resource planning. Option C, IT service management. Option D, supply chain management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master ServiceNow for efficient management? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive into ServiceNow, your ultimate tool for seamless operations. From stocking essentials to smooth deliveries, we cover it all. Taught by seasoned experts, this course starts from basics to advanced strategies, ensuring comprehensive learning. Our instructors are industry professionals ready to guide you and address all your queries. And our students, they love how practical and valuable the course is. Join now without breaking the bank. Affordable learning awaits you. Ready to ace ServiceNow? Enroll today on ZaranTech's website.
This was the first day. So a little bit of recap we would do. That what is ServiceNow? Actually, you can tell that ServiceNow is an ITSM platform. It is called as an IT service management, as other tools are also there for the IT service management. It would be BMC Remedy, it would be Salesforce, it would be Sharewell. Other tools are also present. And ServiceNow, as per the other tools, ServiceNow is also a cloud-based platform which mainly focuses on the automation. And you can tell we have to purchase an enterprise license to work on ServiceNow for the business purpose. And apart from that, to work or to do a practice, we already have a PDI. PDI is a short form of personal developer instance. Like somebody would tell you that you have a PDI or not. This means that the full form of PDI would be personal development instance. Apart from that, we have seen that there are different modules are present in ServiceNow. ServiceNow involves to become the enterprise service management platforms for all the organizations, and mostly nowadays all the organizations use this particular platform. And not only in ServiceNow, there are ServiceNow not only provides the ITSM, but it also provides other functionalities like for HR, customer service management, as well as IT operation management. There are different modules which are already present apart from ITSM. You can tell as per a particular specific definition about the ServiceNow. ServiceNow is one of the rare software platforms that can show a rapid return on the investment and continues to deliver the strong values for the organization. This means that suppose I am purchasing a ServiceNow. As we all know, ServiceNow is in demand, and majorly almost all the companies use ServiceNow because it increases the productivity when a developer as well as an ITIL user or as well as an end user, whoever works on that particular tool, because of the interface and because of the architecture, it increases the productivity. And even though ServiceNow people invest a lot in this tool as per the different plugins or as well as for the ITSM. Now, what are the key benefits of ServiceNow? You can tell. First of all, the best benefit about the ServiceNow is it is an automation tool. First of all, as I started in the previous class, as I told that it was a ticketing tool initially. Later on, it started or it went to the automation tool, and nowadays it provides a complete architecture to the whole organization. Not only to the specific module, but because of the different verticals which are present inside ServiceNow, it gives end-to-end support or end-to-end architecture of a whole project or for a whole company. And the basic or the key benefit of ServiceNow is that it automates. And how it automates due to the workflows. Whatever the workflows or whatever the flow designer is there, because of that it automates. Now the question would be coming in your mind is that, okay, you told that it needs automation is done, and how the automation is done? Automation is done by the workflows. As per the layman language, or initially when we are starting in ServiceNow, workflows are what you would be thinking that something we need to create or some process we need to build for the workflows. Okay, so that is in a layman's language. Now suppose when you would learn, or until certain point you would learn ServiceNow, and you would come to one point at a time that you would be telling that no, workflows are what? It is a technical term, and it is actually a real-time concept which is present inside ServiceNow. Okay, Assigns and prioritize work automatically. Yeah, that is obvious. Why? Because now suppose, as I told you, for one of the process, suppose I am a new user in a company, and when I enter into a company, what I do first, I raise an access. Now, most of the times in many of the companies, where raising an access is what either a manager or a team lead or a scrum master would provide you uh, your access. But still, in many companies, it has been implemented an automation process in which first you need to go to a portal, or you can tell a website. For a layman's language, right now you can tell you have to go to a website. In that, you have to raise a request. After that request would go for an approval. Who would be approving your request? Either your manager or the team lead or the scrum master. After approval, then it would go to a particular team would work on that particular record, or you can tell on that particular request, and it would, until later on you would get an access either in your personal email ID or separately from your manager. Now what happens, there are incoming data always comes. Now how the incoming data comes, this also we have to keep in mind, that suppose right now you are an end user, you went to a website. Now suppose a website, you, very basic example we would tell as Facebook or Instagram. What we do, we see the website, it's easy to access. Similarly, and what we do, we input the data. This means that whenever we log in into a particular platform, what we do, we give our personal or the basic information which is needed, like email ID, phone number, and all this. This means that we are putting the data inside a particular platform, and the data is coming from where? The data is coming from outside to inside the platform. Similarly, in ServiceNow, what happens? Data can come from anywhere. Records can be created from anywhere. Like either suppose you told that I don't want to call anyone, or I don't want to call a service desk. If you are calling, then at that point of time, a record would be created by whom? By an agent. Now suppose data would also come by an email. Now you would be thinking that I'm not interested in calling. Let me write an email to a specific email ID to their support. From there also data is coming. Similarly, from a virtual agent. Now you want to have a chat, small chat with the agent, or there is an automation process involved in this. From there also the data is coming. Now suppose you are requesting a particular form from a website. From there also data is coming. From email, from chat, from separate request, from calling up a into ServiceNow. And then now it depends that what is the priority. Now you have an urgency, or it is very urgent for you. Business is getting impacted. Suppose your emails are down, or your email servers are not working, you are unable to communicate through the emails. This is an urgent issue which needs to be fixed immediately. So now, even though people who are working at the back end, they would prioritize your task because actually it is impacting your business. So that is what assigns and prioritize work automatically. Many times it is done manually by the agents who are sitting at the back end, or by the developers, or either you can create your own process. And the exactly previous point which I told, by using the workflows, you can do this process, or you can automate this process. What are the other things are clear visibility to the stakeholders. Now, what are the transparency and the collaboration in all the projects? Now, suppose, and remember one thing, a point to be noted, that in ServiceNow, if you are handling a ServiceNow and your ServiceNow instance has grown a lot till a certain point, and to grow a ServiceNow instance, it would take 2 to 3 years. Now you have multiple work in ServiceNow instance. So this means that you need to have a particular team and a particular flow. You can't expect from a particular developer he would be knowing that other 4 modules or other 5 modules who would be working on that. So there would be a particular project, and even that to maintain a particular project, there is one of the module which is present, ITBM, and if it is not with the ITIL and agile process, we can have a connectivity between the teams, that what are the different modules, how it is connected to each other, what are the dependency among them. This would be clear, and later it comes when you have an in-depth knowledge, and later on we would come onto that points. Consolidates system into a single architecture. System as a single point which I told last time is, you buy ServiceNow, you get all the facilities. It is a one-stop shop. If you come here, you would not be telling that I don't have a DevOps functionality, I don't have monitoring functionality, I don't have reporting functionality, I don't have database functionality. Anything you tell, everything get consolidated in a particular platform, which is ServiceNow as a tool. Now, what it happens, why we use ServiceNow, that is also the point, correct? That there are other tools also. It is not like that only ServiceNow is there, or ServiceNow is one of the greatest tool. It is nothing like that. But yeah, I can tell that it would increase the productivity. The delivery would be much more faster. Lot of automations would be performed, and the project would be less rigid. Means every time if a process breaks or some system breaks, the chances are a little bit less comparatively to the other tools, because it mainly focuses on the automations. And we already know, as I told you previously, my initial stating point in the last class was, if you are dealing with ITSM, if you're dealing with ServiceNow, you have to deal with all other modules. It's not like that immediately in 6 months or 1 year you would be dealing with all the modules, but for sure in a longer run of time, you would be dealing with the securities, you would be dealing with the policies, you would be dealing with the HR process, you would be dealing with the architectural process, which comes under IT operations management, you would be dealing with the customer service management, which is CSM. And even though a lot of the times you would be having customizations for the service portal, that suppose you want to create a particular website, how would be the end user experience, that also you would be designing, as well as relationships, or regarding the hardware and the software, there is a different module which is called as an ITAM, IT Asset Management. And basically nowadays 2 or 3 modules which you would be listening that it is really performing great in ServiceNow instances is, one would be the software asset management, another one would be GRC, governance, risk and compliance, all these modules. Now one more thing to remember is that, as I told here, risk and compliance, if you see this line, risk and compliance, IT operations management, service portfolio management, software asset management. I told you that this is the different modules are there, which is a part of a ServiceNow, and it actually helps to contribute to the business of ServiceNow. But you can tell, for this it takes a lot of time to come at that point, and it is not at all like that it would work independently. In ServiceNow, nothing works independently. Everything works, or everything is having a dependency on each other. Now suppose if I am doing a SAM is for what? SAM is for software licensing, or you can tell software asset management. But where software would be installed? Of course in the hardware. So for that, which module comes in the priority? First HAM, hardware asset management. Then on top of that, SAM, software asset management, and then a combination of both would work at one point of time later on. And even though one of the good examples nowadays, as per the trend I am telling, because ServiceNow came a long back. It has been more than 10 or 15 years right now for ServiceNow. But right now you have to focus on the few modules. Nowadays, there are a lot of security breaches are happening in a lot of companies. At that point of time, security operations come into picture. Now I would also write few things that it would be clear for you all. ITSM is there. Inside ITSM, there is incident, problem, change, request, and the other one is knowledge. Knowledge comes in ITOM. Event management, service mapping, orchestration. In GRC, policy and compliance, audit management, risk management, management. Fifth would be policy and compliance, audit management, risk management, vendor risk management, business management. And one more concept which comes into picture is IRM. Security operations. One would be vulnerability response, threat intelligence. Third one is, apart from that, these are the different modules which I have told you just for an example. These are the only few modules which I have talked, even though if I would tell about CMDB, that is also very important module, CMDB. In that discovery, it is what? These are the few topics, or these are the few different modules which are present. And here also you can tell that ServiceNow offers automated user-friendly solutions, either in security operations, in customer service management, in human resources, in facility, and in the business applications. Okay, this is done. Now, first of all, why we use ServiceNow? The very basic, because there are a lot of qualities which are present for ServiceNow, is that we can modify the platform with our own convenience. Whatever the stakeholders need, or whatever the product owners need, we can modify or we can twist the platform as per their or our needs. Another one of the major key points is there are SLAs involved. SLAs means service level agreements are there, because there are agreements between the organization, between the two different organizations, between the two different teams which are present in the same organization, as well as between different level of teams which are present in the same organization. Again, I am repeating, the first use, or you can tell the first use of ServiceNow is we can twist, we can customize, we can mold, or we can bend The ServiceNow, as per the need of the business, as per the business owners or the stakeholders who tell, we can create ServiceNow in that format first. Second is service level agreements are provided in that, and the service level agreements, you can tell either it is between the two different companies or between the two different teams or multiple teams present in the same organization. So that is one second point. Third point is we can make use of the workflows. Why we use workflows? To automate the task. Third point. Fourth point, it would create a structural work environment. It is nothing like if we are bending the process, this means that we are breaking the process. We are bending the things or we are customizing the things inside ServiceNow is for the convenience of the end users, convenience for the other people who would be working on ServiceNow in their company in every levels. So that is the second thing that we can, third thing that we can automate the process using the workflows. Second is we can make use of an artificial intelligence. We can add more functionalities like virtual agents, different algorithms we can implement inside ServiceNow, different processes we can implement in ServiceNow. That is the fourth point. And the fifth point is it would provide the customer friendly service portal, because the good looking service portal, it would be there, then only the engagement of the end users would be more. It should be attractive. The UI UX should be user friendly. If it is not, people would not come, they would not request until and unless they are in very much in need. And the important thing is everything is chargeable, as I told you previously. The more engagement on the service portal, this means that more records are created, more usage of ServiceNow, more revenue would be generated. So again, I would recap whatever the uses of ServiceNow which I have told, that it would bend or it would modify as per the need of the specific operations or as per the need of the business owners or the stakeholders or the product owners. Second point is service level agreements are there. Service level agreements would be there in between the same organizations, in between the same two different teams, or even though in two different organizations. This is present. Third point, it would improve, or already workflows are there, so it would help you to automate the tasks. Third point. Fourth point, it would, because of the different functionalities like artificial intelligence, you can tell virtual agents, or there are different agent workspace is also there. So these are the terminologies which we would see later on, that it would help you to gel up the process. And more functionalities would be added to ServiceNow instance, so it would be helpful for the end users. Fifth point is that now ServiceNow is providing a user-friendly service portal environment, which you can see here in this point, customer-friendly self-service portal. So what happens? The more engagement, more productivity, more records would be created, more usage of ServiceNow, more revenue would be generated. So that is one of the perspectives of ServiceNow. And who all would be using it? As I told last time, one of the examples, as it was my practical project, so I have told you that even though from person who is at the lower level of the hierarchy in an IT organization to the topmost person, even though the CEO, he would be using ServiceNow if they want to implement it. If they don't want to implement it, they cannot use everywhere, but yeah, if they want to implement it in a proper architectural format, everybody can use ServiceNow. Products of ServiceNow, as I told, which I gave you this one. This is the technical aspect. ITSM is what? ITSM is a technical aspect. It is the lower level foundation of learning development. ITSM. ITOM means IT operation management. GRC means governance risk management. These are the basic level modules which I have told that every developer need to know about it. Not deep concept, even though little bit overview about these modules. And I would tell that suppose ITSM. ITSM is not a new concept. It is there in Salesforce also. It is there in BMC Remedy also. In other tools also it is present. Similarly for the ITOM, IT operations management, technically it can differ, but as per the process, it would never differ. The concepts would never differ as per the process. Similarly for GRC, governance, risk and compliance. The process remains the same in ServiceNow. In GRC, Archer is one of the tools like BMC Remedy and Salesforce. Even though for SAP there is a GRC, the concept remains the same in all the platforms, same, but the terminologies gets differ. Similarly for the security operations and the CMDB. Now here in this slide, what you would be seeing, this is the business aspect. Business aspect means we would not go deep down, but you would tell that in ServiceNow, it would cover all the domains: automation domain, business management, customer management, security management, and human resource management. Now, best practices of using ServiceNow is to automate the task. Customer engagement would be increased. There are a lot of things which can help. The foundation would be also strong for an organization and to create a user-friendly environment in ServiceNow.
This ITSM is a sort of thing that we raise some incident or some
Correct.
request. Those all the stuff, right? Basically. So you are talking about these are all part of these modules. Each module.
Yeah. Tell me. Sorry. Continue.
No.
Yeah.
So we are raising that. Sometimes we create a request, sometimes we create an incident. We don't know why we create a request here. Some other place we create an incident here or something like that. Is it better to know that what is the difference between these incident, problem, change or something that, or?
Yeah. That also we would come. That also
Okay.
we would come. I would tell you the process, and even though if you want to know today only, we can tell you the process, because process can be understood. Yeah, because I think so these things you would be doing as an end user every time, that creating an incident or creating a problem, change request, and these are the knowledge articles. Knowledge articles means suppose you called someone, okay, now you have a restricted laptop, you have a restricted environment, many times you are unable to open many websites also in Google. Correct. For them, it's very hard to debug the things or to get a reference. Not for the developers. I'm not telling about the perspective of the developers. I am telling a mid-level perspective, means the agents to whom you call or to whom you write an email that this is not working. So for them, where they would take a reference that I am stuck in this issue or this is some new issue which came, where I would resolve this issue. These issues can be resolved as enough. They would take an help of knowledge base. In that knowledge base, there are different articles for different issues are present. So what they would do, they would search for that. They would get a result. After getting a result, they would open few tabs. They would see the relevant articles. After that, if they are getting help, they would surely help the end customer regarding the issue. So that is a knowledge. And similarly, later on, I would tell you what is the process of an incident, problem, change, request, and all these things. Technically, if we would go much more in a technical aspect, at that point of time, I would tell you how it actually works. As I told you that previously, we have also decided that what are the SaaS and PaaS. First of all, ServiceNow is both software as a service and PaaS, platform as a service. It is a combination of both. Now, what is software as a service? The basic difference to understand software as a service is it is a cloud platform. Whatever is there in the cloud, this means that it is a cloud platform and it would be considered as in SaaS. or you can tell instead of installing, or you can tell maintaining everything on a particular system or on a server, what we would do, we would open a PDI, we would start accessing our ServiceNow instances. Why? Because why this facility is given to ServiceNow or by ServiceNow to their end customers is they are telling, don't worry about the servers, or don't worry about the architecture, or whatever the basic architecture which is needed as a backbone of ServiceNow that you provide. You are our customers. We would help you with every functionality, whatever you need. Okay, so that is the best part about SaaS, that if you have an internet, you can start developing the things. Other things would be maintained by, as an enterprise customer, it would be maintained by ServiceNow. And it also works as a SaaS. It also provides the servers. There are different servers. If I open again my notepad, servers concept comes under ITOM. In this ITOM, there is something called as in mid servers. Mid servers, you can tell it is the virtual servers which needs to be installed, and from their servers we can fetch the data. Now the best example, if I would be going off topic, pardon about that, but I would be telling that if we come to the mid servers, okay, if we come to the mid servers, now one basic point comes into the picture. Like suppose Workday is for HR. Means candidates would come, they would enroll, they would apply for the jobs. It is also one of the portals are there. Now, one of my requirement would be, suppose if a person comes to the Workday, he registers his account, he applies for a job application, that same record would be replicated inside ServiceNow. Inside ServiceNow, same type of record would be created. That is created how? That is created by using integration. Integration is one of the concept. One line definition of integration would be that if we want to communicate between two different systems, that communication is called as an integration. Now that would come later on. That also I would give you an example that what are the real-time scenarios it happens, because in companies there are a lot of things are there, means a lot of integration works parallelly every time. So that we would do that, we would understand how the integration works. Now about multi-tenant architecture, users applications, they have a single interface and they have a centralized system. Apart from that, later on it has been bifurcated into subdivisions, that is called as a multi-tenant architecture. And what are the SaaS characteristics? Very basic is easy customization. It is easy, so it is successful, and everything would be saved on a cloud platform. Nothing specific hardware requirements you need. You don't need a specific hardware requirements, like if you go to the olden days in which the people used to code in Java. Now what they do, they create a actually this one more fun fact, or you can tell fact, you can tell that whole ServiceNow is designed in Java. Whole ServiceNow is designed in Java. But on top of that, if we are working on ServiceNow, we have to make use of HTML, CSS, AngularJS, and JavaScript. This means that whole platform architecture is built on Java. But if you are a ServiceNow developer, you would not be working on Java. You would be working on JavaScript. And if we see the difference between them, they are completely different. If you see the coding styles, logics would be same for every language, but if you see the coding styles, Java is completely different and JavaScript is completely different as per their libraries and their syntaxes. What are the SaaS characteristics? One is the better access, that if it gives us the privilege to monitor the data, to maintain the data, or you can tell to share the data among each other. So that is for the better access. You can tell one of the features of the characteristics. Now SaaS, you can tell it is also a platform Now what happens, there is called as an IaaS, which is called as an infrastructure as a service. So you can tell any software model would be there or any application would be there. It would be coming into some specific categorization, either SaaS or either PaaS or either IaaS. So this means that infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Now, as a key points to remember or to present in a better way, the benefits of SaaS is low setup, infrastructure cost is less because the hardware cost is completely cut down. The scalability is more. You can tell that you can scale this platform a lot. Frequent updates would be there, like notifications, SMS, and there is a specific thing, or you can tell in ServiceNow, notifications functionality is there. Now, what do you think? What do you get about notifications? Notifications could be of many types. Either it could be emails, either it would be text messages, or messages delivered from third-party tool. So these are the three functionalities which we can implement in ServiceNow. Either you would receive an email as a notification, either you would get a text message on your cell phones as a notification, or either by using a third-party tool. Third-party tool means many people, like suppose you use a cell phone or you use a phone. In India, people use Jio or Airtel. Like in Canada, people use Bell, or you can tell in Germany, people use T-Mobile SIMs. Similarly, in Australia, there are different telecom companies. In UAE, people use Etisalat SIM because that is the only service provider in UAE. Now there are different people are there who provides. Now what happens? They send you a message in WhatsApp. Your plan is expiring in this days, or you need to renew this, or you need to pay the bill in this. Now where they got this message? They are dropping you a notification on your WhatsApp. How they are dropping it? By using an integration. And in which categorization this would come? This process would come in a categorization of a notification by using or message delivered from the third party tool. If you would go back again, see the bullet points, or you can tell points which has been specified here is low setup and infrastructure cost is there for the SaaS platforms. Scalability is more. Automatic and frequent updates would be there. Accessibility from anywhere means you can access from your mobile, tablet, low-end laptops or high-end laptops, any type of feature. Wherever internet is accessible, you can access your instances. Then SLAs would be there. SLAs is service level agreement for checking the performance and to monitor the performance. And security would be also provided. Nowadays, security has become a major issue. So everybody tries to give the maximum security for their instances.
Hey there! Want to master ServiceNow for efficient management? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive into ServiceNow, your ultimate tool for seamless operations. From stocking essentials to smooth deliveries, we cover it all. Taught by seasoned experts, this course starts from basics to advanced strategies, ensuring comprehensive learning. Our instructors are industry professionals ready to guide you and address all your queries. And our students, they love how practical and valuable the course is. Join now without breaking the bank. Affordable learning awaits you. Ready to ace ServiceNow? Enroll today on ZaranTech's website.
So you can tell there are already legacy systems were coming already legacy systems are there because of the SaaS even though for the PaaS, because what happened nowadays, PaaS is what? You are creating a separate application. You can create a separate application inside ServiceNow also. So this means that ServiceNow at the end of the day, it is in both the buckets, either in SaaS as well as in PaaS. And there are different, you can tell, in SaaS, there are a few concepts are there, and specifically in ServiceNow, as I told previously, the concepts would be there in other tools also. It is of ITBM, IT Business Management, CSM Customer Service Management, ITOM is IT Operations Management. Now you can already we have discussed this one. Now what happens to the data management and the security? ServiceNow collects the data, it stores the data, and it uses the same data to show it to the customers. Okay, so this means that in single platform, and as I told you previously, what is the definition of ServiceNow? ServiceNow is a cloud platform which is used for automation, and the infrastructure is built on a particular form, and at the back end, it is a database which consists of rows and columns. Here also it is written in a business manner that sharing large amount of sensitive data to the public as well as to the cloud-based platforms. Now what happens, why it is telling large amount of data? Because if you see some of the instances or the request, you would be seeing 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs. We have also seen 30 lakhs of records are there only for the requests. Now you would be thinking that what I would do with the 30 lakhs request. That's not my concern with 30 lakhs request, but that's the concern of a business, how much revenue they have been generated, because for every request there is a revenue present. For every incident there is a revenue present. Even though at the end of suppose, because data is the new oil, you can tell, and ServiceNow collects the data. And the performance is also pretty good in ServiceNow regarding the lot of data. Lot of data means, now suppose some you want to export some files of 30 to 40,000 data, or even though 1 lakh of data, then that can be done easily with ServiceNow. Though it would take 5-10 minutes because there is a huge chunk of data which would be coming in a file format, but it would be processed easily, even though we can increase the limits of it. Limits in the sense, technically speaking, I am talking technically, that there is a property or there is one feature is there in ServiceNow. It is given by ServiceNow only, that you can download, or you can download up to 3,000 or 4,000 data only. But that doesn't mean, that doesn't fulfill my requirement, because I need 10,000 or 20,000 of data or 1 lakh of data, and at a time. Now my one more requirement is I need that much amount of data at a time. This means what? You have to do some change in something in ServiceNow, and later on you can completely download or import or export the files. Both the things you can do it. First of all, one of the major other thing which SaaS provides is, and specifically related to SaaS with ServiceNow, is that it would give you a great experience, how the platform looks, as well as the mobile format experience, because there is already out of the box. Out of the box means you don't have to go and purchase it separately. ServiceNow tells you take this functionality, not at all an issue. You start a development. And the development would be in what? The development would be in mobile application or in a mobile format. Better visibility is there, and with the visibility, you can tell whatever the 3 bulletin points. Last time also, I have taken these keywords and told you that ServiceNow easily integrates with third-party tool. Now you are telling, suppose I would take one scenario, real-time scenario. I don't want to go to ServiceNow. I don't like ServiceNow interface. What should I do? Let me get one WhatsApp. Let me open my WhatsApp or let me open my Telegram. From that Telegram, a specific number would be there. In that, I would type a message, incident is this. I am facing an issue in my email. Please resolve it ASAP. You send that message to the particular number. That would immediately trigger, or that a flow would be triggering from WhatsApp, and it would be going into ServiceNow. After going into ServiceNow, your issue was my email is not working. Please help me to resolve it ASAP. That would be automatically mapped to incident, and an incident would be created in ServiceNow. This means that you have never went to ServiceNow or to their service portal, because you are operating it from your mobile, you are operating it from WhatsApp or any social media platform. You just type one message, drop. It would trigger a workflow, or it would trigger a particular flow, whichever you have created, and a record would be created in other instance, not other instance, in ServiceNow instance. Similarly, now what it is written, if you see the second point, the integration hub concept was developed to make it easy to integrate with other popular applications like SAP, Dynatrace, Okta, and more. Integration hub, as I told, there is one concept is there in ServiceNow of flow designer. With the help of the flow designer, it is free. But if you want to make use of an integration hub, it is a licensed one. In that you can do some level of customization, so some level of integration. That is one of the newer ways. It is a newer way. First of all, it was not used. Before 2 years in ServiceNow, nobody has ever heard integration hub or a flow designer. It came with Quebec version. Quebec is approximately 1 or 1.5 years before version it is there. So from Quebec it came. And one more thing to remember is that right now, which version we are using? Right now, if you open the PDI, you would be seeing, you would get Rome version, then you would be getting San Diego version. Another one would be Tokyo version. But most of the companies use the formula of N-1, which would be San Diego. I'm not telling that people would not use Tokyo, but people can use Tokyo, not at all an issue. But most of the customers I have seen, they would use one downgraded version, which is San Diego. Or if previously it was San Diego, then it would be Rome. But right now, if you access, like previously, as I have told one of the person from the class, that to raise a request, or not a request, to create an account. So right now, these three are available: Rome, San Diego, Tokyo. And before that was Paris, New York, London, Istanbul. As per the letters it would go. L for London, R for Rome, S for San Diego, T for Tokyo. Like this, it goes for the city names. Now, integration feature. As we all know, there are multiple integrations: Cisco, Salesforce, Five9, HP, Jira. One more thing remains the same here. As I told you about WhatsApp, that is something very weird scenario. Nobody does it, at least in the business requirement. But if you want to integrate with WhatsApp, if you want to integrate with Facebook, if you want to integrate with Cisco, if you want to integrate with Salesforce or any tool, take randomly any example of any tool. The concept of every integration is same. The purpose of every integration is different. Somebody needs for ticketing, somebody needs for support, somebody needs for something or the other. But development perspective of every integration is the same. technical concepts run exactly same for every integration, though it is for flow designer, though it is for integration hub, scripted REST API, anything. High level concept changes, objective of integration changes, but implementation objective for any of the integration remains the same. That is one perspective of developer point of perspective, and another one is the business perspective. Now, what is licensing? What is SaaS license management? First of all, whatever the licenses which are coming, it would be stored in the same instance. It would be stored in some particular table. It would not go outside that particular instance or outside that particular environment. It would be there in the same environment. Now, as I previously told, that in ServiceNow, licenses of software would be installed in what? It would be installed in some particular tables. Some particular tables would be called as in SAM, Software Asset Management, and the backend name of SAM tables are this one: product profiles, SaaS script, consumption summary, subscription usage summary, etc. Now, what would happen? First, we can create and manage integration with the SaaS application, but we can also share the cost. We can also get the data of the usage. We can also know what are the licensing and how many machines the licensing is going on. And everything can be displayed in a form of a report or a dashboard. What is dashboard? Whenever you enter into ServiceNow, whenever you enter into platform, you would see some big good things. Good things means these many active users are present, or this many people have left the company, or this many people are coming from top of the organization, or this many people are absent in this particular week. Everything would be shown in a form of a number and a report, and the combination of both numbers and reports are called as in dashboards. So here what it is telling in the second point, share cost, usage and license information. This means what? Whatever you put, whether it is for present it, or you can make it view on a dashboard via the SaaS overview dashboard. Done. Now, and we all know most of the processes nowadays use the agile process. So that is, and one more thing, there is something called as an on-prem. Now suppose a lot of the companies are there, they want on-prem. On-prem means, now like your PDI, personal development instance, which you all have requested last time, in that what was the best outcome in that? Everybody can access it, not an issue. But what is on-prem? On-prem means server is installed, or ServiceNow is installed in a particular server. That is called as an on-prem. Now, what are the SaaS subscriptions? You can tell in the software model, there is always a pricing would be there. And you can tell in SaaS vendor, there is also vendors concept are there in this. And it is there in almost in all the modules. And they can sell a limited duration of the subscriptions. Like in SaaS, who is our vendor? Your company's vendor is ServiceNow. ServiceNow has provided you all the informations or all the details. When they would be providing you all the details, so they would be responsible for answering this. But this doesn't mean if you have bought the tool, if you don't do an investment or renew the plan, they would start giving the service for lifelong. No, they would be giving service until certain period of time, and after that you have to renew the plans. And this is for sure, it is there in SaaS. You can also tell vendors actually provide maintenance, they provide support, they provide the updates, and everything is chargeable. That I told you last time that nothing is for free. At least in ServiceNow it is not free. In other tools I cannot tell, but in ServiceNow it is not free. Now we would talk about the PaaS. That what is a PaaS? PaaS is called as a platform as a service. Now, first of all, PaaS is set of cloud-based service also that also enables, but there are few things which are not common in between the SaaS and the PaaS. The things which are not common is that we can build an application, independent application. Suppose you install any of the application or a open source application also, and you can build that. And even though we don't need to maintain, or you can tell maintenance charges would be less. Not maintenance charges would be less, but we can maintain the servers, we can do the upgrades, we can, even though the authentication process we can implement, because what happens, every tool has an authentication process. Last time we have seen, we have given username and the password, and we are happy to go inside the ServiceNow platform. This is done, but this is a very low level security. Many people would do authentication, that whenever you log in, an authentication would pop up in your RSA or anywhere, which the code number would be valid for 20 or 30 seconds, and then later on you can enter into that ServiceNow instance. So that can be also possible. And if you talk about the maintenance, if you see the second point, it is a cloud-based service, there's no need to worry about the setup and maintenance of servers, patching, upgrades, authentication, and so on. Okay, it is telling we don't need to no need to worry about the setup of maintenance, servers, patching, upgrades, and authentications. Correct? It would be taken care, but in the real-time scenario, it's an issue, and the upgrades don't happen in a day. Now, the best example is about your phone. Suppose you have an iPhone. After 6 months, an upgrade would come. You would click on upgrade. Your UI UX would change a little bit. Maybe for some of the applications, the performance would be increased. You would be liking little bit, which because you got some new update about it. Okay, so what does upgrade means? They take this keyword only, specific keyword. What does upgrade means? Upgrade means now I am calling, or you can tell there is a ServiceNow instance is there, and it is in Rome. Now Rome is one version and San Diego is another version. Now ServiceNow is not that much fool that in every 6 months they would come up with some different tweaks, and they would tell that no, this is the new version, now use this. No, they do major changes, and there are a lot of differences in between every module, you can tell instances, or you can tell by every version, because there is a lot of difference between the San Diego and Rome, even though the complete interface has been changed in between them. So there is a lot of difference in this. And upgrade takes a lot of time. Upgrade means when you are upgrading your ServiceNow instance, this means that you are upgrading whole ServiceNow instance, which would be including multiple modules like ITOM, CMDB, multiple catalogs, requests, if you don't know about catalogs and all this, that is completely fine. This is some of the jargons which we need to use and we would use in future, and there are concepts related to it. See here, characteristics of PaaS. Full managed cloud database would be there, correct. Mobile dev software development kit would be there, SDK. Multi-language development is there. Cloud app marketplace and point and click app build. Now these are the features of PaaS. These are the features of what? These are the features of PaaS. And all these functionalities is possible in ServiceNow. Every single thing is possible in ServiceNow. What are the technical advantages of PaaS? Now, what happens? You need to be expert in this, and you can tell that it would include the speed. Cost would be there for sure. Cost would be related to that, and the scale, even though you can scale it. But what happens? A good PaaS provider will provide all these parameters. It should be there should be a person who is expertise in this. Speed, or you can tell whatever the application you would be building, it should be effective. Cost would be less, because then only people would buy that particular application and use it. And even though the speed is less or the performance is not up to the mark, nobody would use that particular platform. And it should be scalable. Now, one more thing is that I have personally used as a PaaS platform. It was for one of the HP projects for PaaS platform. Now, what happens is that now in ServiceNow, you are writing small line of codes. That's not at all an issue. Think about right now, you are writing small amount of codes. You are calling something from a library which you have never seen. You don't know what they have written at the back end. But for everything, libraries are present. So what happens in PaaS application? In this PaaS application, they install the libraries in their machines also many times, so that they can directly make use of it. I have seen, even though without internet, people are logging the tickets in PaaS platforms. And here the speed for the app development would be good. The one major point which I liked about the PaaS platform is that it would provide all the functionalities for the application development. And what is application development? Application development is the custom development. Now, the cost would be reduced. Using a platform like Salesforce also helps in standardization and consolidation of the resources and app components. Means it is talking about the same topic, that the Salesforce also helps in standardization. And yeah, it is obvious, because though it is ServiceNow, though it is Salesforce or Sharewell, it would provide some standards. There should be some standards which needs to be maintained for a particular apps, because everyone has its own app. And the best example about PaaS is cost, related to the cost. This means that whenever you are creating a new app, you are paying someone. You are paying someone. Now suppose if you don't need to pay only, okay, if you don't need to pay, then what we can do, we can create our own application, we can make use of it, and when it is necessary, at that point of time only, we can use that particular application. Why PaaS? Designing apps for millions of connected devices created potential scalability and security challenges. Yes, if you create an app, if you upload it on a Play Store, or for Google, for this I don't know, for Apple, if you upload it, people would surely download that particular applications and at least try once. They can try once. You see the second point, a popular consumer app can easily overwhelm a data center, and your brand can make it big if an end user experience suffers. Services like Instagram and Twitter process millions of posts each minute. Correct. It is absolutely correct point that when we create an application, even though when we are creating a service now, what we are thinking, We are thinking that, okay, I would be able to use it. No, you have to think about the other users in the business. And if I'm talking about the business, this means that there are not 10, 50 or 100 users. There are tons of users, or you can tell lakhs of users would be present who would be using ServiceNow. Why PaaS? You could tell that easy integration, and easy integration with the legacy systems. Another is the real-time information. Now we have to think about easy integration. Now, if you are working on PaaS, or even though if you are working on SaaS, integration you have to do it. But now the question is how to do it. There are the particular requirement gatherings are there, and most of the times, whatever integration you do in any of the tools, most of the times you would be seeing REST integration because it is comparatively faster to solve. Now, why we need to use PaaS? What are the business advantage? We have to see that. First of all, it is easier for the IT maintenance. Yeah, actually, it's easier. It is not in cloud, even though if many times it would can be present on the cloud, but if it is not on the cloud, you can get the on-site uh, help also. Either you need to go to the office, you need to make check, or you need to check the application why it is not working. First point, and the second point, if anything needs to be done with the developer end, he can do independently. Shared insights here also it is written the same, that whatever we would be doing, we would be solving some issue. What are the different type of PaaS are there? Now there are different type of PaaS. One is called as an public PaaS here. Another one is called as an enterprise PaaS. These points we have covered. Now what happens in the common form, whatever the PaaS would be giving or whoever would be helping us with the PaaS applications, what we have to do? We have to pay them, or we have to pay the clients. And one more PaaS is there, which is called as an enterprise PaaS. Now, what is enterprise PaaS? First of all, whatever the functionalities which would be there in enterprise or in normal service, now this means that there are a lot of functionalities and lot of plugins which are already installed. Now, what happens in this? In PaaS application, one good thing, you can set up your own physical server. Even though physical server you can set, because what happens in many of the tools, when you are using a platform as a service application, when you type to go write something, or when you open the application, it would in a real time it would connect to this particular server. After connecting to the particular server, then it would give you the result. Now, in short, whatever the theory part we have done and what are the benefits of PaaS we have done, in short form, you can see here in a diagram that what are the benefits of PaaS. First of all, it is lower cost. Yeah. And the app development is possible as well as the fast app development. And the another one is multi-platform integration. Multi-platform integration means either to the third party integration it can be, or you can yeah, third party integrations only, you can tell. Multi-platform integration, like other like Okta is there, SAP is there, HRSD is there, LDAP is there, SonarQube is there. These are the different integrations which is possible, and it comes under the third point, which is called as a multi-platform integration. Still, any issue anybody is facing, or whatever I am telling people are not able to understand, ask me the questions. If any question is there, you can ask me, then we would move forward.
Question is like, no, PaaS means like, no, it is a cloud-based solution which is there on the cloud-based platform, basically, right?
Yeah, cloud-based platform, but you can tell PaaS. Now what happens? PaaS and SaaS both are getting developed. Okay, both are getting developed. But before, PaaS was like something which you install an application. Now in that, like ServiceNow only, you can install that application, you can independently use that application, but the connection would be from some physical server, which would be either in some different building or in some different network it is present. So application which is installed in your machine, but the connection is from the server. So whatever the transactions or transaction in the sense like creating records, incident, problem, change inside that particular platform, and indirectly it would be saved in some server.
Okay.
So
is it a ServiceNow this cloud-based solutions, cloud-based application, which is there on the AWS or Azure or anything like that, or how it is?
you're talking about which type is ServiceNow?
Yeah.
ServiceNow is both. Both
Okay.
ServiceNow is SaaS as well as PaaS. Now how it is proved, like ServiceNow can be used online. If you have an internet, open any one of the browser, try to use it, it's done. If you want to use it on-prem means you cannot use it through URL, or you cannot log in. For that you have to access to that particular server. After access is given from the server, later you can start development. Got my point?
Yeah, but you provided one development server, right? Basically, for the ServiceNow, it is so we can do the development in the server, what are the development server, and we can move it to our own servers or our
No,
own.
we can't do that. We can,
Okay.
first of all, we can't do any development on the servers, because if we put direct data on the servers are used not by one organization. Suppose what happens in many organization, suppose you are using ITSM. For ITSM they are using ServiceNow, but for ITOM they are using SAP. Correct. For ITOM or for any other module they are using some another application. So everything you cannot do on the server. First of all, there would be a filtration process. Filtration process is nothing. Whatever the value you would put as an end user, it should be in a particular format. Whatever you give at the end of the day, it would be getting stored on a server. Now, why I'm repeating this word as a server? That is also a question, correct? That server, it would be interacting with the server. First of
Yeah.
all, PaaS applications come in a format of exe files. It would be coming in an exe files, and exe files are what? It is an independent applications. Now, when you open or double click on that some applications, what it would give you at initially, it would provide you few details to fill, and that few details we don't know. That few details would be give your IP address as well as your password, or some details like this. You don't know what would be the specific IP address, because IP address you can give it from for your laptop also, but actually it is asking the IP address of a server to connect. What SaaS is, pre-built applications which are there at the cloud platform, and it is at the top of the hierarchy. If you see one of the hierarchy, first comes SaaS, under that it comes PaaS, and under that IS. Okay, so these are the hierarchy which goes on. Now, pre-built applications means like ServiceNow. It is a pre-built application. ServiceNow gives you a plugin or gives you a package you access it from the website or from the URL, your work is done. And inside that, all the functionalities would be there. What would be the PaaS? PaaS means only for the application development. Application development means your app. Take any app from your mobile. WhatsApp, it is an application. WhatsApp I can open in the web also, but mostly what people used to do, it is an independent application which connects with the network. Network means it is connected through the network or to the server. It is an independent application, but it has a connection with the server. Means until and unless if it is not no internet application, how it would interact with the server? Because WhatsApp has its some server. Similarly, applications which are built, they are independent, they can work independent. But the issue would be at the end of the day, this application would surely interact with some server through the internet. Now, few terminologies I have written here. One is called as in Java runtime. One is application runtime, and the one is middleware. These are what terminologies. Java runtime. If anybody has done Java before, means any developer or anything, he would easily catch this. Okay, Java runtime means this is an independent application which has been built and which is installed as an application in a system. But this Java runtime error comes when? This is a key point here to understand. This error doesn't come in ServiceNow or in SaaS. This error comes here in PaaS. Why it is coming? When it is trying to authenticate or any type of issue comes, because at the end of the day, who creates application? It is developers only who create the application. So any type of coding is there, any type of loophole in the internet, means if your internet is slow, it would not load the pages. It is a very common example. Similarly, if the internet is slow or if the connection is slow between the server and your independent application which is installed, it would throw a Java runtime error. Java runtime error means a console error it would throw. But now your question would be how I would know that it is a Java runtime error or not. First of all, like this in browser it would come. And the last one, it is for storage and the networking, means the servers are given, physical things which are given like servers for networks, or you can tell storage devices or storages, virtual storages also which has been given. This all things come under this third category. So SaaS is completely cloud platform. Forget about it. Nothing would get installed in your machine. Completely free. Not free. Completely whatever. If you have an internet, you have an access to the SaaS application. If you have proper credentials from the company or if you have your own. PaaS means download your application, install it, make a connection with the server, done. Start working on that application which is there in your machine. Finished. And the last one, it is for the storage and the networking.
Connect to the application at the platform level or cloud level itself, right? It is nothing to do with our machine.
No, not with the machine. It would provide an infrastructural support for your company.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the example of SaaS, PaaS, and see, these are the points which I was expecting. There are times why PaaS is not accepted a lot. Why PaaS? Still PaaS has been used. It is not that it is completely eradicated from the market, that people are, none of the organization using PaaS. People are still using PaaS. But as per my real-time scenario, because I have also worked on PaaS at some point of time, if there is a load on the server, Load on the server means, now suppose if you're logging on a Facebook, this doesn't mean that 10 people would log on a Facebook. It is something like millions of people are logging on that Facebook, and million of copies on the server would be built. Million of copies, a lot of load would come on that server. The fact is, I would tell you an example. What is cache memory? Because for this, because right now, as a high level perspective, you are seeing less security control, difficult infrastructure alignment, unexpected downtime. Fine. These 3 good points are mentioned here. But what's the logic? Why I would tell that unexpected downtime? I could tell anything. I can tell any point in that. The issue is, when these big applications are created, there is something called as a load balancers. This is something, a fancy word. People use it that to balance the load and this, but no, it is a type of an algorithm, and several servers are there. Facebook. If you talk about Facebook, the real-time scenario, I would tell you. The Facebook is there. Facebook don't have a server in India. They don't have a server. Their main servers, every single information comes from US. But still people tell they have servers. Yes, it is a correct. These 3 servers are there. One is in Chennai, another one I think so in Hyderabad, other one is in Mumbai. These 3 places, they have servers, but they are not the real-time servers. They are cache servers. Cache servers means, first, when you log into any system, what it would happen, suppose you are logging in from central India. I am giving an example of this, how the load balancing works. Suppose you are working from central India. Which is the nearest state, or which is the nearest server it would be? Of course, it would be Mumbai, nearby server. So what happens, at initially, it would bring the copy from US. First of all, so it takes time a lot. Means comparatively, we can't see with the naked a lot to initially when you log in. Later on, when you log in, every time it reloads quickly. What happens? There is a cache memory which has been created to the nearest server. So every time it would not go and interact with the server or to the main server. The last time when you interacted, that brought a copy of that server and stored to the nearest server nearby location. So whenever you type the same type of thing, it would show you the cache results, or it would show you the dynamic cache results and bring the nearest copy from the server, and then it would show you what is happening. The load which was there, because now people are logging from Philippines, people are logging from India, people are logging from Bangladesh, these different areas they are logging in. This means that every time it would bring a copy from there, it's very hard for the performance, and that server cannot take the load. To balance the load, different servers are set up in every countries, in every places, so that the load would be distributed equally among all the servers, and the performance would be increased. That is the real-time example of a load balancing. This is the real-time example of any website which you are using. This is the concept which goes on. It doesn't fetch directly from US. Google has a main office in US. But what do you think? Every time Google would fetch all the results from there? Never. They have the servers installed in particular location. It would reach out to the nearest server. After reaching to the nearest server, then it would bring a copy. Now, why I am telling you this example? Because you are creating an application for your own company, which is a PaaS application. How many employees you have? Hardly 1,000, 2,000, or 1 lakh. Suppose 1 lakh. But for 1 lakh users, they are not going to set up servers everywhere. There is a specific 1 or 2 servers would be there and a lot of people would log in at the same time, and it would cause a traffic on the server, and this would shut down. This would properly shut down at some point of time, or there would be a latency in the usage of our application. At that point of time, there would be an unexpected downtime every time. Every day, once or twice, you would face this unexpected downtime because it cannot handle the load or the frequency. Difficult infrastructure alignment? Yes, it's difficult because now you are involving two things. You are involving an application as well as you are involving the servers. Both the things. One is in cloud, another is in machine. So both combination of both would cause a problem for sure. Less security control. You cannot define specifically that less security would be given because now it depends on the application, how we create it and how the process we created. If it is good security, even though we can provide good security at some point of time in PaaS applications also. Now, what are the support? What the browser support? First of all, browsers would support the HTML design and web applications in different formats. And first of all, important thing about ServiceNow, there is nothing specific about the browsers. If you open from Internet Explorer, Mozilla Firefox, Google Chrome, everything would be done, or it would be compatible in every application. So we don't have to take any pressure on that what would be the specific capability of this particular browser or this ServiceNow instance. Which browser does ServiceNow supports? ServiceNow supports every browser. There is nothing called even though Opera also it supports. Though Opera has a very less market values, or you can tell share percentage of share is less, but if you have any type of applications, any point of pointing it out, but if the browser issue came, I would tell you one thing here. There is something called as an I don't know about how much exploration we have done in ServiceNow, but in our ServiceNow community or in everybody's ServiceNow community, there are some people are there. People means they are called as an advocates. Their proper position are the advocates, ServiceNow advocates. ServiceNow advocates are who are the people who have really contributed to ServiceNow company in real-time development and creation of the process. And they are called as an MVPs in ServiceNow. Again, I am telling why I am telling this point, why it is coming in between is that because we called about a specific browser, Google Chrome. How the point reaches to the Google Chrome? See the link. First, there are few people are there in ServiceNow community which are called as an advocates, and one you would get every person in LinkedIn, and they're very much interactive. They're good. Means if you ask anything, even those small technical things also you would ask, they would happily reply. Instantly they would reply. One is Tom Chucksy. One of the person is there, and another one I don't know his complete name. He's from Netherlands, but he like to call himself as Witch Doctor, or sorry, Dr. Witch. He has also written a book on ServiceNow. These people are called as an advocates of ServiceNow. Okay. Now there is one more person who was there. There was one more person who was there. He is also an MVP. They have created 2 plugins actually. Recently, 2 plugins. Plugins means that is also a good thing, means some extension, Chrome extension. Like if you install Zoom extension would come on the right hand side here near the browser. In the browser here, the extensions would come, correct? So these MVPs have created different MVPs has created few tools or few Chrome extensions, which are very first they have created independently. First, they have created it independently. Later on, ServiceNow has seen their contribution that really they are doing a good thing and it is a good product, which we can include in ServiceNow. So what they have done, they have enabled this plugins and it is still present. SN Utils. This is the plugin. You have to add it to the Chrome. This would only work on Chrome. If you want to use these functionalities in ServiceNow, then you have to open ServiceNow with Chrome. This would attach as an attachment with ServiceNow and then it would perform better. Means a lot of your headache would be less when you would start developing the things. And these things are created independently by these advocates and later on ServiceNow accepted by seeing their usage by the other developers or in their community. So as per my recommendation, go for Google Chrome as a browser to use ServiceNow if you want to use these capabilities. And Mozilla is also good. It also provides the best in security and customization. In Google Chrome, you can't tell whether there is a security little bit perform. I don't know because I have not personally experience that because of my high-end machinery, or you can tell laptop. Because of that I have not used it, but if you open the taskbar you would be seeing that Google Chrome uses most of your internet or most of your usage has been done using the Google Chrome only. But it is but in Firefox, Mozilla Firefox, it's comparatively less because there are a lot of constraints are also present in this. Safari is also there. Safari for Mac users, you can tell. Microsoft Edge, that is also good because in a lot of the organizations, Google Chrome is not permissible or we cannot use Google Chrome at that point of time. We have to use Microsoft Edge. But the issue is you cannot use the extensions there. Or you can tell this is the browser differences, you can tell. This is not specifically to the ServiceNow, but it completely depends on the person choice with whom or with which browser he or she needs to go further. Safari is for Mac users, and as per my opinion, as per a developer's point of perspective, I would go for Chrome because of the different plugins which are given by some people for this community, which makes our life easy, at least for the development purpose.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of a service catalog in ServiceNow? Option A, to list all IT services offered to end users. Option B, to manage employee data. Option C, to track software licenses. Option D, to monitor network performance. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master ServiceNow for efficient management? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive into ServiceNow, your ultimate tool for seamless operations. From stocking essentials to smooth deliveries, we cover it all. Taught by seasoned experts, this course starts from basics to advanced strategies, ensuring comprehensive learning. Our instructors are industry professionals ready to guide you and address all your queries. And our students, they love how practical and valuable the course is. Join now without breaking the bank. Affordable learning awaits you. Ready to ace ServiceNow? Enroll today on ZaranTech's website.
Hi everyone, good morning. So we would start our session today. That now today is practical. Then I would tell only the topics which were done in the previous classes, in the previous two classes. One is ServiceNow, how it came. Second is how the ServiceNow ticketing tool, how it evolved to the architectural tool. What are the different modules which are present in ServiceNow? like HRSD, IT operations management, customer service management, governance, risk and compliance, security operations, etc. There are other modules are there. Whether ServiceNow is a PaaS or a SaaS platform or not, we have seen the features of the SaaS and the PaaS. Then we have also seen the hierarchy that what comes first, that SaaS, then PaaS, then for the hardware and for whatever the cloud architecture which is needed, it comes in that hierarchy. And ServiceNow is SaaS as well as PaaS platform. It provides both the functionalities of a custom application as well as with the cloud, all as it is in cloud. So it is also considered as in SaaS. Both SaaS and PaaS is there. Now we would move further and I would show you some practicals today. The practicals are really helpful in this. I'm sharing my complete screen. So if you all can see, just now what we would be seeing, there are different topics which are there. Creating users, giving user roles, adding users to the groups, allow a user to view a profile, enable auto processing of a request, show and hide impersonate button, impersonation. So first of all, I would tell you what is the user table. Because first of all, if you open this, creating a user, okay, fine. Giving user roles, this is also fine. Adding users to the groups. So first of all, what they are doing, users is there, user roles are there, then groups are there. Fine. Users, user roles, and groups. How to open the users? Either there are two ways to open the users. The technical name or the backend name for the users is sys_user. Okay, I want to open the list view of sys user table where all the users are getting stored in ServiceNow. Any user which would be there in ServiceNow, whether it is coming through integrations from some third-party tool, or we are creating it manually, or someone else is creating any user, every user would be getting stored in this particular table. So it is sys_user dot list. So this is done. So what I have opened, sys_user list dot do. Okay. This is the user table where all the users are present. And these are all dummy users. Julius, Hans, Harding. This I have created, few of them. Bruno, Brian, all these users are there. Now you tell that, okay, I would not be able to remember this thing. The technical name of the user table is sys_user. Now, if you want to open a list, then it would be sys_user dot list. Okay. And if you want to open a form, directly a form, then it would be sys_user dot form. Now what is form? I would tell you. Now click on this button which is shown here. Click on new. Done. This is the form which is there for the users. You can create one. Suppose I am creating test dot demo. Fine. First name is test. Last name is demo. Title you can give consultant. This is called as a reference field. Suppose I give one of the example as, suppose he is from the development team. Development, he should be active. Password I want to give as 1 2 3 4 5 as of now, whatever the password you want to give. Mobile number I would give, fine. Outlook, time zone, whatever the time zone you want to select, you can select. GMT I am selecting as of now. Business phone, whatever the business phone I want to add, I can add. Test demo at whatever the company domain it would be. Suppose I am taking as KPMG as of now, kpmg.com. Fine. Save. Now what it is telling, password must contain this one. So there is also a validation at the back end. Consultant department I am taking as develop customer support, not a problem. Password, fine. I have given some complex password which is a personally of mine. Fine. Here you can also add the photo of a person or a pic which is already present. Test demo at fine. Save. Save. It would be deleted. It would not be deleted. It would be went off. It would disappear as it has been set with this password. Okay, not at all a problem. Now what I have done, again I would repeat this process. sys_user.list. What it would open? It would open a list view. Okay, it would open a list view in which all the users are there. And if I want to open directly a form like this from this navigation bar, then what I would do, sys user dot form. See, it directly opens a form, and what it does with the list, it directly opens with this. Now there is also a catch in this. Let me show you that catch. Now suppose I want to open the list also. List sys_user.list form sys_user.form. If you see this minutely, what's the difference between this list and this list? Any difference? This is the sys user table. This is the sys user table. But there is only one difference in between them. List is a capital list. Here it is a small list. Now you tell that, okay, list is list. At the end of the day, it is the same. But what's the difference in between them? This list and this list. Name is same. The name is same. Sys user table. Sys user table. List and list. Let me in a new window. Correct. It would open in a new window, and this would open, if you would write in small list, it would open in the same window. If I'm writing in small, it would be opening in the same window, and this opening in a new window. Now it completely depends on you how you want to open this particular form or a particular list. Similarly, let me close this. I would open sys_user.form in a new page, or you can tell in a new tab. Sys_user the same tab. So now it completely depends on you how you want to open. Now this is one of the ways. I told you that you have to write sys_user.list. Fine. To get an idea, okay, from next time sys_user is what? It is the user table. But at initially you can't learn it, or many times you tend to forget these things. So what you do? Close this one. What I have typed, users, it comes under the system security. Under the system security, users and groups are there. Under this, users are there. So you can open from this navigation bar also. So if you don't know the table name, if you forget the table name, then what you have to do? You have to just type in the navigation bar. This is called as a navigation bar. Again, I am telling you, this is called as a navigation bar, this one. And in this only, if you type the correct keyword, everything would be shown. Every single thing would be shown. But why we use these things? Why we use sys_user? Because as I am talking in a perspective of a developer, because he needs to do lot of work at one single day. So most of the tables, or even though if he is new, he needs to be prepared that I have to work a lot. On that basis, I need to remember some basic tables which is used in our day-to-day life. That, okay, this is a user table. I would not go through the navigation bar. Why? Because now there is a issue would be there. Right now I have typed users. This user simply came here under system security here. But now suppose in the company instance, there could be 10, 20, 30 modules would be also installed. So you can understand with the users, so many things would come and he needs to scroll down and then check where it is actually coming. So it would take time. To save that some amount of time, he or she should be knowing some basic tables, or you can tell backend name of the tables. This is for the user, okay? We are done. We have also seen that how to create users. Now roles. Roles is what? Here. I would close this. This is the roles. Now one more thing we have to do. Sys user role dot list. If you would open, it is exactly the same. Sys user role. Sys user role. This is fine. This would show all the roles which are there in a particular table. Fine. I would click on new. If I want to give a new role, I would give a new role. Elevate privilege. This I would tell you what does it mean, elevate privilege. But before creating a role, let me check one of the roles which is already present as out of the box. Suppose admin. I'm checking this thing. Remember one thing, if you have an admin access, this means that anything you can do in ServiceNow. You have a development access, you have a developer access. If you have an admin access, application with role, so many applications you can access. modules with the role, so many modules comes under. This means that if you have an admin access, you have all the accesses. That's not at all an issue. One more point to be noted is that I can create a new role. I can create a new role. Suppose test role, unspecified, elevate privilege, save. Contains role. What type of role it would be? Already these are the predefined out of the box roles. Now suppose I would give security admin. Security related or ITIL is there. I would give ITIL role. Save. Now this person is having an ITIL role. Okay, what I have done, I have clicked on edit. After clicking on edit, remember one thing, this is also called as in, what is the technical name of this? These two boxes you are seeing, correct? This is the one box on the left hand side. This is the another box on the right hand side. Whatever you want, whatever the rules you want to be added or to get an access and add it to the new role, you just double click on this. Double click on this or click on this with this arrow, put it here, click on save. Done. But the question is, should I be able to create a rule? First of all, no. First of all, the answer would be no. In majority, 99.9% of the times, developers or any of the, either it would be product owners, either it would be process owners, or either it would be any business analyst, they would not be able to create the rules. Why? Because when you deal with ServiceNow, or when you take ServiceNow instance, there are specific rules which are given, or there are specific licenses which are taken from ServiceNow. This means that already you have predefined that in my team 10 developers would be there, and we would expand in a year to 20 developers in my team. So in a bulk with ServiceNow, you would be taking 20 admin access, or either it could be an ITIL access. That completely depends on the business perspective. That doesn't that is not a matter of developer. He would not take or have any interference on that what rules needs to be there. Why? Because at the end of the day, when everything is set up, because when the project gets starts, or the first phase is getting delivered, at that point of time, either the product owners, process owners, or the business scrum masters needs to decide that how many people would get how many rules. It is not like that everybody in an organization would be getting rules, because ServiceNow charge heavily on that particular rules, because you have to pay for them for a particular rule. You have to pay ServiceNow for that. So it is not like that you can on the in mid of the year you need some different specific rule and you are creating your own rules. It is not possible. Either you need to pay later on. Suppose I have created this rule, I have to pay later on. As it is a demo instance, I don't have to pay right now, but if it is a company instance, I have to pay for this. So most of the times what people do, people use these rules, whatever the rules which are present, and by default, if we remove one rule, created test rule, when it is created 4 minutes ago, what it is true. This means that if I deduct one rule from this, so it would be 594 rules which would be present as out of the box. These all rules are for different uses, and these are distributed among different developers, different position people who are using this ServiceNow instance. Now, this is sys user role. Okay, this is one of the tables, sys user role. Now I want to check how many people or what if this particular person is having which role. So that table name would be sys user has role dot list. See, Michael is having this role, but Richmond is having this ITIL role. Greenlawn is having WM agent role. Beth Angeline is having catalog admin role. Now suppose I would do by group by role. See, if I do admin here, now you would be able to see in ServiceNow instance how many people is having admin role. Rob, Beth Angeline, Fred Ludi, change manager, Scott, Eric, this all people are having roles. So now you have to understand a small difference in between them. For user role, sys role, correct, sys user role. Sys user role 1 and another one would be sys user has role. This is two tables which are present. You can tell this is for what? This is for what purpose? This table would show how many roles are present in ServiceNow instance. Done. And sys user has role means this table would show which specific user is having which roles. Fine. Sys user table. This table would show how many users are present in ServiceNow instance. Fine. This is done. Again, I am repeating so that it would be a practice. Sys user dot list. Done here. Click on new. Fill the details. User ID, first name, last name, title, department, password. If you want to later reset the password, you can reset the password. Active. Fill email, business phone, mobile phone. You can upload your own photo here. Location. Fine. Not at all a problem. Date format also you can put here, which date format you want to follow. And then right click here and click on save. A record would be built here. Fine. Close this. Sys user role dot list. Fine. Click on new. Add, give the name. If you want to give the description, give the description. Save. At the bottom, add other rules. under this umbrella of this role. This is done. Role is created. Fine. Another table is how many users is having how many roles inside this. Okay. So sys user has role dot list. And if you want to see specifically how many roles, which users are there, no need to worry. Take your cursor, right click on role, group by role. It came. Suppose catalog, how many users are having catalog role? 32 people is having catalog role. How many people are having certification role? 54 people are having certification role. Like this, you would be getting data that these rules are being used by how many people. How many people are using this particular role. This is done. Now the groups. Scroll down. System security. Groups. Open in a new tab. See, group. All the groups came. Not at all a problem. That is absolutely fine. I want to create a new group. The new group is database maintenance. Fine. Click on this reference field. Suppose who is the manager? Brenda. Okay, fine. Let it be type is not there, then also it's fine. This group is responsible for maintaining database. Save, not at all a problem. Fine. Now, one interesting thing comes here. You have created a group, not at all a problem. See, roles is also there. Group members are also there. This group is completely empty right now. An empty group. No use of this group. What I would do, I would click on edit group members. After editing it, let me add 3 members in this group. Mustaq, Aaron, Umbi. Done. Click on save. Now they are the part of this particular group. Akib, Birth, Aaron. These people are the people in this particular group which are present. Okay, fine. Not at all an issue. Now I want to give the rules also. Rules. Now this group should be having ITIL as well as admin role. Or suppose right now I am giving only ITIL role. Click on the roles. Click on edit here. ITIL. Related to ITIL, whatever the rules are required, everything got added here. Now these are the groups. Akib would be having ITIL role because I have given ITIL role to this particular group. Let me close this. Now what is my point here is what I have done. I have added a role which is called as an ITIL. I have added where? I have added to this particular group. And this group is containing how many members? 3 members. Akib, Birth, Aaron. This means what? ITIL rule which I have given to this particular group, this would be also assigned to this particular users, Akib. Now Akib would be also having ITIL role, Bharat would be also having ITIL role, Aaron would be also having ITIL. And the user group is sys user group. Copy here, groups. This table would contain data for groups present in ServiceNow instance. Fine. For user, sys user table. For user roles, sys user role. For groups, sys user group. Okay. Now these are the different groups are there. Okay, these are the different groups and these are the different members are which are present here. Now I would give you one list. Actually, it came in my mind that would make your day-to-day activity much easier. Let's see here what I am doing. Problem, object, task, item,
Kumar, one question on the groups. So if I normally have like 10 roles that I need to assign to, let's say 15 users, okay? So I don't have to go and create all the 10 different roles manually assigned to the 15 users. So instead I'll just create one group with the 15 roles. Correct. And then assign to the 10 people, then it's just one step for me, right?
Correct. One step for you. That also I would tell you why it is called as a good practice. That is a good question, because that point also I would clear after this. This approver, sysdb object, incident, change request, problem, sysdb object, sc task, sc cat item, sc requested item, sys approval, sys approver, sys underscore properties, sys user has role. Well, sys user I have already taken. Sys user role, sys user group, sc request 15 for users, for user records, for incident records, for change requests, problem records, for storing all the tables, for catalog tasks, for catalog items, for requested items, for approvals, for storing system properties for users having specific roles for displaying all the roles for user groups for catalog requests. These are the very basic things which everybody should know in their day-to-day life to make their life easier. The point which was raised right now, that was a good point, and what I can do is that sys underscore user dot list sys user. Then what I can do is that suppose open test demo here. Fine, test demo. Now this is the roles. Okay, this is the roles. In this roles, click on edit. After edit, admin. Done. Save. Fine, all the roles he has now. Suppose one more demo ATOS. Suppose click on edit.
So when you
Now,
add admin, then he has all the other roles, right? Then why
correct.
do we have to add the other roles separately then?
No, not separately, just I am showing as for the purpose. You can add this, save. Okay, this is done. There are different roles which would be coming like this. You have to add it, but that is not at all a good practice. You can add this, not an issue. This is also nothing called a violation which is happening. Okay, this is also not that it is a bad practice or a good practice that you are either editing it and you are adding a role here. That's not at all an issue. But ServiceNow doesn't recommend that as per the process. ServiceNow doesn't recommend that. Why it doesn't recommend that? Because ServiceNow is telling you are already a member of a particular group, because whenever you join an organization, you would be a member of a particular group, correct? When you would be a member of a particular group, whatever the roles a particular group is having, that many roles you would also get, and that is also easy to manage. So as per the best practices, what we have to do, we have to add rules in a particular group, we don't have to put individual rules that I would put some individual role or this or that role. No, it's not a good practice. What ServiceNow does, go to the groups. In this groups, let me check created one. Database maintenance created 14 minutes ago. Open this in a new tab. After opening that, add the rules. Suppose I am adding one more different role, security dashboard role. Save. Now see, here in the info message, remember one thing, these things are coming. Okay, these things which are coming, this is also having a technical name. This is called as an info message, which is coming in blue color. This is an info message. So adding role period to this, now it has been added. Now let's see whether they got this role or not, because we have to also check that okay, it's been added, role has been added to a particular group, which is a database maintenance. Is users are also getting or not that particular role? How you would check? Either you can go in one way, that close this one, this tab, security dashboard user. This is there. So these roles have been added. This is one way of navigation, that you go to the user table, you scroll down, you come here. After coming here, either if you get it, either if you scroll and get it, it's well and fine. If it is not, what you have to do, click on this star, security. Okay, this role is already there in his profile, so he is having this particular role. Fine. This is one way of navigation. Another way of navigation is database maintenance. This is the roles which are provided to this particular users. Let me open this particular user. This one, open record. Akib Mustaq, he is the part of this particular group. He would be having a role. And even though there are multiple things you can add here, configure form layout. Group is already there. Save this. Created by admin, updated by admin, created on this date, on this particular time, and this is the user. This is one way. And even though you can add in the list view. List view means this is the list view is there. How you do it? Click on this personalize list, this gear button. Majorly people tell it as gear button, but this is the personalization list, in which all the details, whatever is there. Suppose I have opened this particular form. This particular form, I don't have to go inside and see all these details. What I can do, I can click on this personalized list. All these details would come in the list view only. This is also very much important. Why? Because suppose you have created a user. What I have done before, I was not getting the username which I have created before. So what I have done, I have used sorted in descending order. If I would do sorted in ascending order. Similarly, for updated, the record which you have updated recently, it would be this, updated, sorted in descending order. And if it would be like this, in the upper side, it would be in ascending order. And if you want to see other details also in this user's list view, remember one thing, this is called as a list view. This whole thing is called as a list view, and these are called as in cells. You can change it directly from here also. Suppose I don't want to change this. Suppose I want to change it from here. Done. Came here. Fine. Not at all a problem. So this is a list view. If you want to personalize something means, now suppose this is the person, I want to see what is his department. Either I can open in a new tab this particular thing. Department is customer support. But who would go inside and check every time for multiple users? Best thing is click on this personalized list, company, class, cost center, domain, department, make active little bit down, click on OK. See, every detail of the form came on the list view. I am able to see everything on the list view. And active is true means this record is active or not. Now suppose how many records are there? 767, correct? These are the records, total records which are there. Now what I have to do? I want to find out that only active users I need to see. Only what I need to see? I need to see only active users. Okay. So what I can do? Right click. Again I am telling the problem statement. What's the problem statement? Want to see only active users. This is my problem statement. How I would do this? True, show matching. 767 was there, now 766. Okay. Now let me make some of them inactive. How many total records are there? 767. I want to show only active users. I don't want to show inactive users. How many active users are present in this user table? What I would do? Right click, show matching. How many came? 759. Others got filtered out. Okay. Now I want to show only inactive users. I want to only show what? Inactive users. What I can do? Either one thing I can do, I can first check.
Hey there! Want to master ServiceNow for efficient management? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive into ServiceNow, your ultimate tool for seamless operations. From stocking essentials to smooth deliveries, we cover it all. Taught by seasoned experts, this course starts from basics to advanced strategies, ensuring comprehensive learning. Our instructors are industry professionals ready to guide you and address all your queries. And our students, they love how practical and valuable the course is. Join now without breaking the bank. Affordable learning awaits you. Ready to ace ServiceNow? Enroll today on ZaranTech's website.
False. It is false is there. What I can do? Show matching here. Show matching. How many inactive users are there? 8 inactive users. But the problem is we cannot remember this thing. This is very basic. But even though initially we would face a lot of issues, that how I would find inactive users, how I would find active users, whether it is whether a company is this or that. What you have to do? Simple. Click on all. This is called as a funnel. We basically call it as a funnel, or in technical terms, we tell this one as filter. Whatever filter you want to do to show the records, every filter, it can be shown here. Click on this. Done. Active is false. Run. How many record came? 8 records. Now suppose active is true. Run. How many records? 759. Now suppose I want to show the users whose company is empty. This is the company, correct? And this is the empty one, correct? One thing what I can do, I can right click on this with my mouse. What I would do? Show matching. How many empty company are there? Empty records? 159. Suppose I don't want to show in this way. I want to create a filter here. what I would do, company is empty. Run. Record came. Now I want to show non-empty. Is non-empty. Run. Record came. 608 are the non-empty records. So all that, whatever the filter you want to make, whatever, any type of filter you want to make, suppose company is not empty and active is true. Run. How many records? 601. This is a query. What is query? In database, if anybody has learned database in college days or in any time, database completely depends on query. And once in the initial session, when ServiceNow started, I asked that, what is ServiceNow? ServiceNow is a combination of a form and a database in which records are getting stored in a form of rows and columns. This was the definition. Now, how I can tell you are telling about the database? First of all, it is very much clear. This is the list view which is coming. It is coming from database only. And what is the database name? Sys user table database name. But here also in databases, we write lot of queries. If you don't have a knowledge on the queries, not at all an issue. But I can show here that it completely run on queries, the backend. This interface is very good. We are not seeing any query, nothing we are seeing here. But the queries are running at the backend. How this is running, that I can prove here. See, this is the database backend query. What I have done, I have not done anything. Whatever the query I am creating here, query means company is not empty, active is true, running the value. When it is coming here, right click on this, copy query, paste it here. This is the backend query, how it looks like. Company is empty, is not empty, and this is the and symbol, and active equals to true. This would give you the result. So this means what? It is exactly similar. It is very much similar to the database queries, which we call as SQL, Oracle, MySQL. These are databases are there. In that also we write approximately same queries. So this is the query which runs at the backend. Again, I would tell few things. What we have seen first, we have seen first user table. We have seen that if we write capital list, it would open in a new tab this table. If you want to write a small list, it would open in the same tab. If it is sysuser.form, it would open a new form in a new tab. If you want to use small form, it would open in a same tab. What are the different roles are there? Roles is sysuser role is there. In what is the use of sysuser role in this table? How many roles are present in your ServiceNow instance? It would be shown. And sysuser has role. This keyword only tells everything. User has a role. That user is having some role. This means that what are the specific users are having which roles. Groups, sys user group is there. It would contain or it would show all the data of the groups present in ServiceNow instance. Then I have given you the list of tables which needs to be used further on. Now you would be telling that what is this things you have given to us? This we don't have a knowledge on this. Yes, no need to worry on that. I have also written the description. If you want some demo, I would show some demo like incident. List of all the incidents came here. This also we would see later on. So from now I have given you some content to remember or to get an idea that what is coming in future. Suppose I want to see the problem ticket list. Fine. This is the problem records. Problem records. Problem records. Fine. So let me close this details as of now. So I have given you the list of all the tables which needs to be there. Then I have showed you what is the best practice, that every time try to give roles to a particular group after adding users in that particular group. Then they would be getting the roles. Not it's not a means you can't tell that you can't anytime you can't give roles to the users independently. You can give, but the best practice what ServiceNow recommends is that you give roles to the groups, not to the individual users. Then we have seen that little bit of configuration. Configuration means configure form layout. If you are configuring the form layout, here you can configure the form and this two sections, one section and two section. This is called as in slush bucket. These things are called as in slush bucket. I would go back, list is there. If I want to do some configuration on the list view, I can click on this button. I can bring the fields which are already there to the right hand side. So it would be displaying here. After that, if I want to create a filter, if it is a small filter, then it's very good. Not at all a problem. You just go right click, show matching. Your filter is done. This is a small filter. Now suppose if I want to create a big filter, what I would do, I would click on this, active is false, or let me do active is true, and company is empty, and suppose mobile number is there, mobile phone is not empty. Run. How many records? Only 20 records are there because it is matching this condition. And if you want to see the backend, how the query is running, right click on this, copy query, close this info message, take any notepad or anything, paste it here. You would be able to see the complete query. Active is true and company is empty and mobile phone is not empty. Done. This query is giving you the result. Right now you would be telling, why should I know this? This is not at all an issue, or at this point of time this doesn't make any sense. Though it doesn't make any sense, but there in future there is one topic coming which is called as an background script. Again I am telling, there is one topic coming which is called as an background script. At that point of time, these queries are very much important. These query names are called as an encoded queries. So later on, we would get to know why this topic was important, that I have told you in the, it comes under the configuration, but later on when we would move further, you would be seeing that this is not at all related to configuration. This is related to scripting, how scripting actually works, because at the end of the day, this is the query and I have to put it into some scripting and then I have to work further on that. Okay, so this is done. Creating users, giving user roles, adding users to the group, allow users to view a profile. The same thing it would be shown here, nothing different. New users would come, The same form which I have shown you here, user ID, email, last name, title, department, password needs reset, lockout, active, giving user roles. Open any one of the user here. See at the bottom, this is called as an edit. Click on that. Slush bucket would open. In the slush bucket, double click on this, or either you can use this also, but it's better to save time. Double click on this, it would come on the right hand side. Done. Adding users to the group. Similarly, it is taking as a default hardware, but you can create new group from the new button here. By using the edit, you can add the group members here. How to add the group members? After clicking on edit, it would open a slush bucket here. With the slush bucket, double click or use an arrow to put the users here and click on save. Done. Now allow a user to view a profile. How you would view a profile? There is already a rule which is called as an admin, which is required, and this is called as in sys properties table. Search for a glide UI welcome profile link property, set enable as true. Now the question is, this is fine. It is written that glide UI welcome. Now you would be confused that what is sys properties table? Because sys properties table, it is mentioning something. But if you don't know what is sys properties table, how you would be knowing the functionality inside that table? Now suppose, let me tell you what a sys properties table. Already I have mentioned also here in one of the points. Sys properties for storing system properties. Okay. Now suppose sys underscore properties dot list. Fine. Now click on new. After clicking on new, what would happen? Type. See here. Name, description, choices, type, value is there. Now what does this mean? Because this is something new form which doesn't have a relation with the role, which doesn't have a relation with the users, which doesn't have a relation with the groups. Then how this system property came into picture? Now let me give you one example. Let me give you one example is that suppose a password is there. Now you are from some integration team or you are from some specific team. Okay. Now what happens is that a password is there and you want to change the password. You want to change the password and a developer has developed a particular code. A developer has developed a particular code and he has hard coded that password. Suppose I am hard coding as password like variable x equals to 5. Fine. If x equals to until do some operation else do some operation. Okay, so what happens here? Do some operation here, do some operation here. And what it is written in the script, it is written in the script like Kumar add 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, that's fine. Kumar 1 2 3 4 5 for developer, he can understand. But suppose if this task is given to some admin person or some layman person, how he can do it? Because he is not able to read a particular script. And even though somebody would tell him that the script has been written, go and search there the password, he cannot do it because there could be lot of scripts, 100, 200, 300 line of scripts would be there. Then he would be totally confused at that point of time, that that person told me you have an access, you go and change the password. That's not at all possible. I cannot read a script, then how I can change the password inside a script? That's not good. So what happens? A property would be there. Property. In this, what it would be? Yes.get property. What would be the property name? Password dot functionality, or any name you can give. That's not at all an issue. Now in this password dot functionality, what I would do, I would create this password dot functionality string, and here what I would do, here I would give the name as Kumar, my password, Kumar is. Okay, done. Type is string, save. Now what happens? Now if I tell that person that instead of going to that particular script, go to this password dot functionality system property, I would just give the location that go to this property, or I would tell that person this is the URL I am giving it to you. You open this, when you would click on this, it would redirect you to that particular property. Then you would tell, okay, that's fine. Then he would see, okay, this is the password which is already there. Instead of going to the script, debugging the script, changing the script, what I am doing, I'm changing the password to this one. And what I am doing, I am just clicking on update. So it is automatically taking or updating the value from here. There is no need of going into the script, updating the things and doing the things separately. Here, from here only, I can change the complete functionality by changing a small password or changing a small value from here, because here value field is there. Even though there are multiple things are there here. See, for password 2 also it is there. For password also it is there. For color it is there. For choice list it is there. For time format, if you want to change the time format, that also you can change it. Some different value would come. Time zone, true and false is there. Suppose true and false is there, I would use true here if it is needed. Next time they are telling, no, you don't want true, you want to make it false. False. Fine, not at all a problem. Now the issue is, or you can tell the functionality of system property is that this system property, what it actually does. This system property is a type of a container in which different values are stored, and when these values are stored, you don't have to do a lot of things, or you don't have to do any scripting. Whatever the value you want to change to enable or to disable some functionality directly into the system somewhere, that you can do it using a system property. Now there are also two things in this system property that either you can, and it is a best practice, ServiceNow recommends this, that don't do anything manually or don't hard code it anything. Whatever you want to do it using a system property. Okay, whatever you want to do it using a system property. What it does is close this one. Dot list. Properties dot list. So this is some of the out of the box functionalities are there. Okay, these are some of the out of the box functionalities Let me check what is the property they are telling. Allow a user to view a profile. What property? Glide UI welcome profile. Welcome profile. Open this one. Type is what? True and false. User profile. Now what is the functionality? Clicking your name in the banner, welcome message, link to your user profile. Okay. Value is true. This means that I can do it. What it actually tells, what is the functionality of this one? Profile. Self-service view is there. The system administrator, title is system administrator, email is this. Fine. Click on this, view, default view. If you click on the default view, complete details of yours would come here. Again, I am telling, click on system administrator, profile. Fine. This is the little bit of information it would provide. You would tell that no, I want all the information, whatever I want to see. Click on this hamburger icon, which this is called as an hamburger icon. Click on this view, default view. Everything would come. Whatever the rules you would be having, who you are the part of which group, what is the user ID, password, department, mobile number, business, everything would be shown here. Done. Not at all a problem. Fine. Enable auto processing of a request. Now, auto processing of a request means
If I had changed that profile, user profile thing to false instead of true, then you won't be able to see the details from the main screen under my profile.
No, it would not be seen. And even though anything means in the system properties, whatever you do, first of all, it would be only given access. System properties access would be only given to the admin users. Other than admin users, nobody can change anything in this, in the system properties. And if we make it false, you cannot do it. So we have to also take care whenever we create a system property. Whenever we are creating a system property, we have to always check that whether it is really needed or not. System properties. Okay. But remember one thing, the more system property you create, the more dynamic you are creating your system. Because everything can be handled using the scripts. Remember one thing, everything can be handled using the scripts in ServiceNow. Even though whatever you have not seen before, everything can be handled in scripts. But to make that particular scripts dynamic, we make system properties. Because these things, if I would tell any admin user, if I would tell any admin user these things, or suppose true and false, group by type, suppose time zone or choice list is there. Okay, this is used somewhere in some code, it has been used, and these choices are made. For emergency, this would show. For alert, this would show. For critical, this would show. These are the different things which are shown, and this can be made dynamic. But one more thing I would tell you for an extra knowledge in this is that I've told you system property, this would make dynamic, this would do this and that, this is the functionality. But nowadays people are becoming more advanced in this. They are becoming more advanced in this. They are not using system properties now. Nowadays people avoid using system properties. Why they avoid using system properties? Like Suppose 10 values you are there. 10 values are there. For 10 values, you would create separate system properties. That's not possible. That's possible, but why to create 10 system properties? Why you giving unnecessary burden to the system? Because ServiceNow tells that whatever is the best solution or optimization, use that only. Don't go for something which gives burden to ServiceNow instance. So what people do, people create a script include. That also I would come. That is a type of script is there. In that script, they only make choices, they only put dynamic values, and later on they call that script into some other file. It is something like in websites we used to do it, that suppose if you write a code, I would show you, even though I have something or not, that I have to check. See, this is one of the examples is there, which I was making few days before. This is what? This is a style sheet. This is a code which I have written. Fine. href is style.css. Style.css means this is stored somewhere. This style.css, it is stored somewhere. Okay. So this means what? I'm not giving burden to this particular code or to this particular file. This is coming from some different file. Style.css is this one. See this code. Style.css. At the end of the day, this is not a system property. You cannot declare this thing as a system property because this is the script you have written. But what you are doing in the new file, you are writing some dynamic values in a form of a script, and then you are calling here. So this is one of the ways. Why? Because you have how many? One section, two section, three sections. So this means what? You would create 3 system properties. Suppose in a file you need 10 or 15 system properties. You can't go for 10 to 15 system properties making. You have to write a script in such a way that it becomes dynamic at one point of time. So that is the usage of a system property and as a script. Nowadays there are a lot of things which are changing in ServiceNow. As ServiceNow is developing, so developers are also trying to develop their own style of coding and own style of filing the things inside ServiceNow. And that would change. That would change gradually with time. Now see, show and hide impersonation button. What is impersonation button here? Nothing called. Here I would tell you. Impersonate user. Suppose I want to see Abraham Lincoln system. I am Kumar, but I want to see the system of Abraham Lincoln, how it actually looks like. What I have to do? I have to use impersonate user. This is the impersonation. Okay, this is the impersonation. Suppose I want to see Beth Angeline. Impersonate user Beth Angeline system. Beth Angeline. I have to go here, profile, fine. I am now inside the system of Beth Angeline. View, default view. I am seeing every detail of Beth Angeline here. Beth Angeline, this, location is this, time zone is this. This is the impersonation user, impersonate user. Now if I want to end impersonation, okay, my work is done. I want to end impersonation. I want to end impersonation. Just click on end impersonation, it is done. Now the question is why it is used. You tell that it is a security breach. Correct, you are seeing into someone's system. This means that you are doing a security breach. First of all, here two things comes. And even though you can enable and disable the using the UI properties. Okay, but now the question comes is why the impersonation is used, and the word which I have used right now, that suppose I am becoming right now Abraham Lincoln, and Abraham Lincoln, if I am becoming, I am going into his system and seeing the details. Then you tell that then it is a problem, then it is a security breach, that we cannot see anybody's system or anybody's instance. Yes, but majorly we use only for testing purpose. Testing purpose means, now suppose you are an ITIL user, I am an admin user. I have written some code for an ITIL user, then I can see as per the ITIL user. Okay, by impersonating that particular person. If I am an admin user, this means that everything would work for me. I cannot test anything. So for that, impersonation is used. Now one more question comes that nobody thinks, only the developers think about it. Now suppose you know a code would not run after some time. Okay, a code would not run after some time, and you are assured about it that it would not run. But that developer is not getting workaround for that. But he needs to deliver the requirement anyhow. He delivers the requirement. But what he does is that this is a loophole, and very less people can catch it. Very less people can catch it. Why? Because what is this? Admin is there. This is admin. Created by whom? Created by admin. Correct? Created by admin. This is what? This is some script is there. I have written one script. I am happy this is working. But suppose a developer thinks this would not work for sure, this requirement. This requirement would go out in production or go out in ServiceNow in instances, later instances in UAT or in coming instances. If he thinks in that way, he can achieve that. Suppose my colleague, okay, my colleague is an admin developer. He's also a developer. He's also having an access. What he would do? He would write the same code. He would write exactly the same code. How he would write it? The person who is in having an admin access, he would impersonate this user. After impersonating user, suppose Beth Angeline is the person. He would impersonate as Beth Angeline. He would create a script. First of all, he would also do this thing, update set. He would go into this script. Whatever the update set would be there, he would create that update set. Okay. After going to that update set, he would click on new. After clicking on new, he would write the complete script. He would save in this particular container of a update set. He would save that particular script. The update set is of him or her, the person who has created that update set, who knows already this is the issue which would come for sure. But to escape in this, what he is doing, he is trying to impersonate the same user who is having an admin access, writing a script and saving it in his container. When he saves his container, now what happens? The name would be there for Beth Angeline, not for that particular person. So when investigation would happen, what would be the next step? People would drill down. Auditing people would drill down who was the person who has created. Then they would get to know that the update set was for someone else, but the script was created by Beth Angeline. This means that who's the culprit? Now we have to find it out in that way, that either Beth Angeline has done by mistakenly this thing, or it has been done deliberately. that now they have to find out. So this is one of the use as well as disadvantage of having an impersonation functionality, but you cannot disable this impersonation functionality. Why? Because that is the basic level of testing. You have to do it, and the basic level of testing only comes using impersonation. So I think so you got my point, what I am trying to tell in impersonation. This is one of the ways, means not very frequently people have done it, but yeah, sometimes situations are there, people use these tricks. Now we would come to the list. Now we would come to the next slide, which is the list controls. Configuring list controls. List control form. Example of configuring list controls with scripts and configuring the list UI actions. And remember one thing I forgot to tell you. Suppose if I open this one, okay? If I open this one, what is this called? This is called as a related list, okay? These things are called as a related list. Remember one thing, this is called as a related list. Let me close this. Go back. This is called as a list view. This is called as a filter. This is for the configuration item. Not configuration item. This is for the configuration of the list view. And these two boxes are called as an slush bucket. And this button you tell. Means right now I am only telling the technical terms. I am not going inside the technical terms. Only the technical terms I am telling. This new you are clicking. For a layman language, for a layman person, it would be called as only a button. It is not a button. It is called as an UI action. This is called as an UI action. If you click on new, something would perform. These things also you can configure. So this is called as an UI action, okay? Filter, list view, slush bucket, and there is one more called as an UI action. These things, view clicked accounts, view subscriptions, reset a password. This is a UI action. Save, insert and stay, configure, export, view, history. These are all called as an UI actions. These are also called UI actions. These are UI actions, and this is a UI action. So instead of button or instead of link, you can use this jargon, which is called as an UI action.
Hey there! Want to master ServiceNow for efficient management? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive into ServiceNow, your ultimate tool for seamless operations. From stocking essentials to smooth deliveries, we cover it all. Taught by seasoned experts, this course starts from basics to advanced strategies, ensuring comprehensive learning. Our instructors are industry professionals ready to guide you and address all your queries. And our students, they love how practical and valuable the course is. Join now without breaking the bank. Affordable learning awaits you. Ready to ace ServiceNow? Enroll today on ZaranTech's website.
So what are how to create the menus or how to make it? So first of all, you have to go to the system UI, which is present in the navigation bar, which is present on the left hand side. And then you have to type the menu list. After going to the menu list, you would be seeing the list of all the menus which would be appearing, and you can create a menu. First of all, either you want to give a particular role on that particular form or on a menu list, you can give that. And in that menu list, the applications and the modules, the roles and the permissions, you can see whatever the configuration based things which would be present, that you would be able to see. And most of the times the role required was the role required is the admin role, because that is a developer role and developers only can create the menus. Apart from that, nobody can else create the menus. Now, when you create a menu, what are the different fields which would be coming? This is the title, roles, category, and hint. Title, roles, category, and hint. What is the title? It would display what would be the application name. Now, for an example, in the last class, when we go to the navigation bar on the left hand side and we typed incident, what happens? Incident is the main module, and under that there are different sub modules which are present. In that sub modules, before creating that incident module also, you have to create a menu. To create that menu, these many fields you need to enter. What would be the title of the menu? Suppose it would be some related to security incidents. So you would write that security incident. What roles, to whom you would be able to give that particular role of a menu? This means that the people who would be coming to ServiceNow, only the people having specific roles, they only can see that menu. So that roles could be either, it could be any role, either it would be admin role, ITIL role, security role, performance analytics role. Like approximately 200 roles are present in ServiceNow. So you can give any of the role as per the requirement or as per the business requirement that people would be able to see on the basis of the role, that particular menu. And in which category it would come. By default, the category is the custom application. And a hint means when you click on, suppose hint also, I would tell you how it would work. Right now ServiceNow is not open, but we have other technologies also in which I can show you what would be the hint in that. So what is this? This is also showing something, some message. So what is this? This is a hint. See more search results in side panel. See, I am just scrolling. I'm not scrolling. I am hovering on this particular button. It is telling hooray. Hover over me, it is hooray. So what this means? This is similar. It is exactly similar to the hint, that it is giving some hint about this. If I want to, if I hover on this particular button, it would tell you that this is for this particular action, or this would create a particular incident. At that point of time, this is what, this is a hint you want to do. And this also you can include it in ServiceNow. Later on, we would see in Service Portal, there is something called as in widgets. Now suppose you visit a particular web page. This web page, what I have visited right now, it is W3 Schools. W3 Schools is what? It is a website for education or to learn different codes or per different languages. So this whole thing I can tell it as a web page. But in ServiceNow, instead of this web page, we call it as Service Portal. And there are if I click on this modal, if I click on this modal, what it would come, it would show me a particular page. If I click on this tooltip, it would show me a particular page. So what is this? In a layman language, you can tell that it is a web page or a single individual pages. But in ServiceNow, what we can call, we can call it as pages. But here, Bootstrap tooltip plugin, previous and next is there. What is this? This is one of the sections. Similarly, the tooltip plugin here, this is also one of the sections. What is this? This is also one of the sections. What is this? This is also one of the sections. In a layman language, we would tell it as section, but in ServiceNow, we would call it as widgets. So what would happen? A collection of widgets would create an individual page, and a collection of pages would create a service portal. So this we have seen, this would be the hint. These many fields would be there. One would be the title, another would be the roles, another one would be the category, and the last one would be the hint. Suppose when you are creating an application menu, how to create an application menu, as I've told last time. First of all, what you have to do, you have to go to navigation bar. In the navigation bar, you have to type tables. Then a particular section would come or a menu would come. You have to open that particular table. Here it is not, but I have shown practically how to do it. Then it would open a table. After opening a table, this is one of the way to open the table. If you want to open a new table, you can directly navigate to sys_db_object.list. It would show you list of all the tables. Then at the top, a button would be there called as a new. Click on that button, which is new. After clicking on that, on the right hand side, there would be a module which needs to be created. It would give you that option. Now suppose write that, give any some particular or sensible name for that particular module. You have given that. Now click on save. After saving, whatever the fields would be there, it would be coming at the bottom, like created by, updated by, update, created, all this by default values. Then whatever the fields you want to create, create it. Okay, whatever the fields you want to create, create it. Now suppose caller I want to create. I have created caller. Suppose I want to create short description. Short description I have created. Then at the bottom, if you scroll down, there is called as an UI action. You have to click on that UI action, which is called as an show list or show form. If you click on show form, a form would open in which whatever the fields you have created, like caller or short description, that would be shown. After showing that, fill the values and we are done. We are good to go. Later on, again come to the navigation bar. In the navigation bar, what we would see that now suppose we put some value in the menu. We create the existing one, or either we can create a new one. If we hover on the navigation bar and there is a edit symbol is there. There is a pen symbol or a pencil symbol, you tell. You have to click on that. After clicking on that, either you create a new application by giving the name of a new table name which you have created, or you can also create a sub menu under that particular module. Like this, your menu has been created. It is done. Now suppose forms and list view. I would also tell you what is the forms and the list view. You have already seen that what is a form. Form would open with a shortcut. If you tell there is a shortcut .form, it would directly open a form. If you would use .list, then it would create a new list. Okay, fine. So what is this? This thing which is shown on the in a image. This is the image which you are able to see. So what you are able to see here, there are different fields are there. Now there is one more question would come, that number I told, caller I told. See, number is there, caller is there, priority is there, state is there, category is there. What are these? These are called as in fields. Now there are two things people would ask you, or when you would gather a requirement, a person should know what is the difference between a field and a variable. Because what happens when you go for an incident management, change management, problem management, in this fields would be present. Suppose here number is there, it is a field. Caller is there, it is a field. Priority is there, it is a field. But when you go to a request management, at the same time, you'd see the number, you'd see the caller, you'd see the priority. That is what? That is called as a variable. Now a confusion would come. You told that incident, problem and change is there. For that, it is called as a field. But for other one, it is called as a variable. Why it is so? Yeah, because we would tell that, you would ask a question, why it is so? Why you are telling in this manner that field or a variable? First of all, remember one thing: incident, problem, change. Again, I am repeating: incident, problem, and change. They are the child tables. And the parent is the task table. For incident, problem, change, the parent
So,
is the
sorry. So incident, problem, and change, all these
change
three are, let's say, like a child table, and the parent table is task, right?
task table.
So, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. In our BNSF scenario, we have ServiceNow where task is actually under the CER number, whatever we create.
Correct.
It is not on the higher level. It looks like that is the lower level in our system. So can we rechange? I mean, reordered?
No, in ServiceNow you can't reorder that task. I would tell you what it is. Task that is called as in catalog tasks, or you can
Okay.
create your own custom tasks. But it is a thumb rule in ServiceNow: for incident, problem, and change, the parent table is the task table. Now, what's the difference between a task table and a parent table? Now, in the last class, I have shown you whenever you create any table, you have not created any extra field from your end, just you have saved it. All the values came, like created by, updated by, date, time, all these numbers came, and we were extending the task table. This means that whatever the properties a task is having, or whatever the qualities a parent is having, child would be having all the qualities of its parent. And later on, whatever the qualities you want to put apart from the parent, you can put it. Suppose it is similarly like a human nature. Whatever the features your mom and dad would be having, all the features you would be having for sure. At least one feature you would be having, and later on you develop your own gradually with the time. So that is the relationship between the parent and a child. So for incident, problem, change, it is the parent is the task table. Now, why I am focusing on incident, problem, change? That is also a question. You tell that there are 100 of tables are there in ServiceNow. Why you are only focusing on incident, problem, and change? You should go for the approval table also. You should go for the other tables. Why? Because in ITSM, because ServiceNow starts with ITSM, it doesn't starts with ITOM, IT operations management, or it doesn't starts with any other module. There are 5 pillars. Pillars means whole complete ServiceNow is based on this 5 things: incident management, change management, problem management, request management, and knowledge management. If a developer knows very well these four things, or you can tell these 4 concepts of ITSM module, this means that he is more capable of doing anything of any process in any other module in ServiceNow. He doesn't, because process changes, process would change, but technicality would never change. Whatever the script you are writing in ITSM, the same script you have to write in GRC, the same script you have to write in security operations, the same script you need to write in ITAM, IT asset management. Only the process changes, or you can tell the flow changes in them. So in ITSM, what we only majorly on the initial days, we focus on these things: incident, problem, change, request management, and knowledge management. Okay. Now, what is a variable? That also you need to understand. Variable is nothing but a container in which values would be stored with the different data types. Then one more question would come, because in the previous class or in the previous session, I have created one caller. The data type was a reference, and in that reference, the reference table was sysuser table. This means that whenever you click on the caller, it would show you all the list of users which are present in the user table. Fine. Now the same thing happens in a variable, that you create a variable. The data type is reference. You give the references sysuser table. And what's the difference? The difference is whatever the values or whatever the fields you would create, you are directly creating on a table. In request management, you are not creating on a table. You are creating on a particular template, which is given by ServiceNow in a request management. And on that template, you are creating different variables. So that's the difference between a field or a variable. Field is when you create a particular field, the insertion of the value is directly happening on a table. But here, the insertion of the value is not happening on a table. It is happening on a template. Now, as of now, you would think that what is a template? Template is nothing but you can tell a platform which is given. It is not a direct table. So you would be telling this is a table. Okay, this is a table. Now suppose you are creating a particular field in this. When you are creating a
field means like a column or a row or a cell?
No, you can tell it would. This is called a field. In a list view, it would be coming column. It would be it would be a column number in a list view. This is the number. So this would be the number. Suppose number is there. Fine. I would again open this. Suppose
and the table name is incident. Is that what that means?
Any table name. Okay. Because if we want to differentiate between a table and a field, table or field it doesn't matter what table we are taking.
Yeah, but in our example right now, what we are discussing is that incident.
We can take it as incident.
Okay.
Short description. Let it be priority.
If you're in Excel, that would be easy, right? If you can open an Excel.
Okay. Okay. No, means I would draw some pictures here.
Okay.
Yeah. With that number, short description, priority is there. It is the table. Okay. This is where the values would store. Suppose any incoming data would come, or suppose users enter some data. Okay. Suppose any data would come from outside, or any one of the user would be putting some data. It would be directly storing into this particular table. It would be storing in this particular table only. It would not go outside from this table. Whatever the data user is creating on a table, either it would be number, or either it would be short description, or either it would be priority, it would be storing only in this table. So what happens whenever the data is given on this particular field number, it would be stored in this particular table. But what happens in the request management? Request management is a platform is given which is called as a catalog. Okay. Which is called as a catalog. Fine. It is called as a catalog. In this catalog, there is a template is given. to everyone. There is a template inside that template. In that template, there are different fields are there. This means that suppose take this one. This one, it is there. So what is this? This is called as a template. This is called as a template. This is what this is called. So I would also write it here. Template. This is what this is called as a catalog. I have not talked about table only till now. Here it was starting from a table. Inside the table there were different fields were present. 1 field, 2 field, 3 field, 4 field. Different fields were present. Here I have not started table only. Here I have started with a catalog. Under the catalog there is a platform which is given in a form of a template, and inside that template you are giving the variables like number, short description, color, and all these values you would be giving, and this would be storing into one particular table. Now this is a catalog, correct? This is a catalog. Now you would be telling, you told that everything would be stored in a table at the end of the day. Yes, there should be also stored in a table. This would be also stored in a table, and it is called as a catalog table, which is sc_cat_item. I would also write it here. sc_cat_item table. Catalog item table. It would be catalog item table. So right now inside a catalog item table there is a catalog. Inside that catalog there is a template, and inside that template there are different variables are there. But as a layman person would see, you would not able to understand, because here also number is there, here also number would be there, short description is there, short description is there, priority is there, here also priority would be there. If a person would fill this form, he would be thinking, okay, not a problem, this is a field only. But no, there is a technicality in this, that this is called as a number, means this is called as a field, this is called as a variable, because whatever value you would be inserting, it would be directly inserting into a table. In this, whatever the value you would be inserting in a variable, first it would go inside a variable, that would be going inside a template, that template would be present inside a catalog item table. So like this, there are different hierarchies there in this. So that's the difference between a field and a variable. That's the only difference between a field and a variable. Okay, now the best example of the catalog. Majority of the work comes under the catalog. Most of the times it would be catalog work only. So what are catalogs? Suppose if you go in any shopping website, any website, whether it is Amazon or whether it is Flipkart or whether it is Shein or any website you would go, there what you would see a product catalog. This is the product, whatever the description would be present, it would be listed. Similarly, that is the same example in ServiceNow. If you want to get a new laptop, you have to create a catalog. If you want to reset your password, you want to get a catalog. If you want to get a new charger or a new mobile phone from the company, you need to create a catalog. That catalog means a form would be there which would be listed in a service portal or in a website, and you have to fill the form. That is the use of a service catalog. Got my point? Yeah, means if we come to the service catalog, you would be really enjoying that part, because it is really means a good thing, and major work in ITSM module comes under catalogs only. It would be catalogs, record producers. Then we would also learn about what are the record producers, then what would be the order guides. Very minute differences are there in between, but unless and until if we don't do it in a practical manner, there would be a confusion. There would be a confusion until and unless we don't do it with your own hands, or we don't create of our own catalog. And similarly, we have seen the form layouts, how the form layouts would be there. This is a particular form would be there. Okay, this is the form there, which we have already seen. If we right click on this gray bar, which is also called as an header, and if we click on configure and form layout, it would open a slush bucket. Now, what is a slush bucket, which I have already told you before? Slush bucket would be this kind of thing. Means one arrow would be there here. One arrow would be there here. This different values are there. If you want to show on your form, you have to click on this. It would come here. All the values which would be there, or whatever the fields it would be there, it would be coming on this side. So the technical name of this is called as a slush bucket. That only it is shown here. It is a form header. You right click on this, configure, form layout. It would open this thing, slush bucket. Then you put your field onto the right hand side.
I think it's
Got
on
it?
the next slide that it shows it.
This one.
Yep.
This is a slush bucket. Reopen count, severity, resolved by, whatever you want to show in the form, number, open, short description, color, it would be coming in this format here.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard role in ServiceNow? Option A, ITIL admin. Option B, security admin. Option C, marketing admin. Option D, system admin. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to master ServiceNow for efficient management? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive into ServiceNow, your ultimate tool for seamless operations. From stocking essentials to smooth deliveries, we cover it all. Taught by seasoned experts, this course starts from basics to advanced strategies, ensuring comprehensive learning. Our instructors are industry professionals ready to guide you and address all your queries. And our students, they love how practical and valuable the course is. Join now without breaking the bank. Affordable learning awaits you. Ready to ace ServiceNow? Enroll today on ZaranTech's website.
Now there is an automatically creating a ticket, one topic, manually creating a ticket, post creation advisory information, request creation, request management, benefits of request management, and features of request management. Now one more example, which I think so on the second session I have told you. Now in which it consisted It consists of complete process. Means first we have seen the incident management, then the request management, then the problem management, and then the change management. Now what happens is that suppose a person is a new user in a company, he wants to get an access, wants to get a username and password, he needs to get other credentials. So what he would do, he would go for a request management. This means that I am requesting something, that give me this laptop or give me this asset or give me this credentials. I am requesting something, and either I am requesting to my particular manager or to our dedicated team to provide me the assets or to provide me the credentials. So that comes under the request management. Then now suppose the person started working for a few days, he started working, and after a few days the asset is giving some problem, or suppose a blue screen error comes. So at that point of time, what happens, there is some issue with my monitor, there is some issue with my asset or with my credentials or with my Outlook or any of the softwares which is installed in that particular machine. So for that, what happened, first it was working fine, suddenly stopped working. This means that it comes to an incident management. Fine. Now what happens, incident management, we got to know that's absolutely fine, incident management. Now suppose there are a lot of times issue comes that mail server gets stopped. Whatever the mail server you are using, many times it happens due to the load or due to the number of users who are logging in at the same time, it gets stopped, or some type of functionality, technical difficulties come. So at that point of time, you would raise a ticket. Now how the problem ticket comes into the picture, now you are the person who got affected with this issue, you logged a ticket. Similarly, your colleague is also there, he or she is also facing the issue, they have logged a ticket. Similarly, lot of people logged a ticket regarding this issue. This means that this incidents, now for the same issue, there are a lot of incidents are there. Suppose mail is not working, my mailbox is not working, this means that lot of issues are coming. And when a lot of issues are coming, this means what? This means that there is some really a problem which is there. So there is some serious problem in this, that either the developer or any higher level team needs to fix, or any dedicated team who would be responsible for this issue needs to fix this issue. So what happens then, a problem ticket would be logged, and to take into consideration all these incident tickets, either in the work notes or in description or somewhere, this all tickets would be attached and one single problem ticket would be raised. Now what is the major use of problem ticket? The major use of a problem ticket is, okay, this is the issue which is coming, we got an idea, now we have to find out a root cause analysis, because not only one person, there are multiple users who are affected. So for that root cause analysis, we have to find out, either a dedicated team or a person from that dedicated team would be working on that particular issue. Suppose he or she found out an issue, that this is the issue of some mail server, or there is some script which I have written or a developer has written and it is causing an issue. They have found out the root cause analysis, but they cannot fix it. Why they cannot fix it? We cannot do any direct development on production, because production is for the end customers, for the business users, for the product owners. We cannot directly go and write it, because suppose if it doesn't work, the whole production instance would crash. So for that purpose, what we would do, we would raise a change ticket. In that change ticket, first of all, whatever the development or the root cause analysis was found, it has been fixed, and then it would move to the test instance, and from the test instance, then it would move further to the production instance, and then it would be fixed. So this is how the change ticket would be raised. So this was the complete generic flow. I have told that it is a generic flow, high level flow. I am telling how request, incident, problem and change come to one frame. Now what it is telling, automatically creating a ticket. First of all, there is an enterprise rule is there, or if you would able to see this, you would be able to see there are some rules which has been created here. Create rule set. Okay, this enterprise manager setup, we have to select the incidents and the targets we have to select here. This is done. Automatically creating a ticket. First we have to enter the name and the description. Here the name and the description has been given, and the target table we have to run. And for the events, we have to click create and select incoming events. See here the targets. Select the target. One, it is shown as all target, another one is all target of types, and other one is the specific types it is there. Okay, that is fine, not at all an issue. So this happens in this point, that in target tab specify the targets which we want to generate the tickets. Either it is an incident or either it is a problem or anything. Now suppose for the events, click create and select incoming events or updates to event types or rule, or the pop-up window would come. Now this is what, this is a configuration. This all steps are the configuration, and this window you are able to see here. Okay, this window which you are able to see, this you cannot see in your PDI. First of all, in the PDI it would not be done. Already it comes already as a configured instance by ServiceNow. And still now, if you are getting anything, means suppose you are getting any instance also, these all functionalities also comes now by default. ServiceNow don't give us stress that you personally go into that and you configure it. It is just for an overview. First, it used to happen in this manner, that you have to create a rule set. Nowadays, it doesn't happen in this manner. Nowadays, you don't have to do anything because it is a time of an automation. ServiceNow believes in automation, that we provide customers everything from first. Now, there are few conditions which are there. If you would see the conditions, always execute the action, create an incident, there is a checkbox, there is a create ticket, contractor type, connector name, template name, these all things are there. ServiceNow update and resolve, these all things are present. Similarly, here more configurations are written, add conditional actions, basic notifications. What are the basic notifications you would be getting? Advanced notifications, that if you want to give some filter or anything, it would be added here. There are few checkboxes and there are few things which has been given here. Now see, this is an incident interface, automatically creating a ticket. This is an automatically creating a ticket. This happens. Okay, now you tell that, you are telling that first it used to happen in this manner, now it doesn't happens in this manner. Correct. Now it doesn't happens in this manner. Why? Because first people don't have a knowledge, it was developing, the tool was getting developed. Nowadays there is only one way to create a ticket, which is automatically getting created. As a user's perspective, now you don't know ServiceNow. Suppose you don't know ServiceNow, you told that no, I don't know, even though I don't want to configure how the automatic ticket would be generated. Now automatic ticket would be generated in several ways. One is by email. Suppose you are emailing in a particular domain, you would get, after emailing that, a ticket would be created in your instance. That is called as an inbound action. Remember that thing, that is called as an inbound action. In that inbound action, what happens? You have to write a proper script in that. Without script, it would not work. Nothing would be getting created inside ServiceNow instance, and that is not a small script also. That also I would show you later on when we would be learning about the client scripts, business rules, and script includes. That is not a small script. That script goes approximately 30 to 40 lines of script would go to create a ticket inside ServiceNow. So you have to create a script. One point we have covered, only for what? Only for the emails, that from outside, from my Yahoo or from my Gmail account, I am sending a mail, it is creating. For that you need a script, that is called as an inbound action. Second point which comes into picture is, suppose you get into portal, service portal, you log in. After logging in into service portal, there is a virtual agent would come. Now you would tell that, okay, virtual agent would come. Whether I would be able to see? Yes, you would be able to see on the right hand side, but that also you can't see. Second question is that also you can't see. Why? Because first we have to install that plugin, which is called as a virtual agent, and that is also chargeable by ServiceNow. If you want to use the functionality of a virtual agent, so that suppose somebody would start chatting and he would tell that this is my issue, I want to create a new ticket. For that also, that is chargeable. You have to purchase a plugin and you have to use it. Second point. And the third point is either you create it manually, that's not at all an issue. You create it manually, that's done. And the fourth point would be either you go to the service portal, create a request, or create an incident or a problem or a change. Now these are very vague things, okay, which I have told you. This happens very vaguely. Now automatically creating a ticket, manually creating a ticket. Fine. Manually creating a ticket. Here what they have told, they have not told anything. They have just given the field values: escalated, priority, status, owner, this. Now I would tell you, similarly comes with the request creation. This is a request creation. This is a request creation. In the request creation, what it is: open for, location, priority, short description, detailed description, request management, features of the request management. See, this is the chat. This is the chat bot. Service catalog builder. From mobile app also you can create an application, native mobile app. Features of request management, embedded experience. Correct, it would give a good experience, but here these are the topics which are written. First go to, now this is my fresh instance, completely new instance I have requested right now. So first of all I would go to the settings here. After settings, this is what? This is an application. Okay, this is what? This is an application. This is what? This is called as an update set. I have done this, but if you're working for Tokyo as well as for San Diego version, it would come automatically, not at all an issue. Now you have to also keep one thing in mind, that okay, this is an update set. I'm clicking on this update set. Now you are a developer, you would be getting a task every week or in every 15 days. If you follow agile method, you would be getting in every 15 days 2 to 3 tasks to develop. This means that you have to capture it somewhere. ServiceNow is nothing like you just got a story, you start development without knowing anything. Why? Because what is an update set? Suppose, as I told you before in one of the examples, that to raise a change request means whatever the development you have done, first from development it would go to the test instance, from the test instance to the UAT is called as an user acceptance criteria, and from user acceptance criteria then it would go to the production. Means in between other two instances would come and you have to move the code one by one. If you have a small team, then the developers or the senior developer would be taking care. And if you have a bigger people or a bigger team, then operations team would be taking care of moving the update set to the production. It depends on organizations to other organization means to the different organizations. Until now, which I have worked, I have never moved any code to the production. Every time it has been done by you can tell by the by the operations team. Now, first of all, what is an update set? Any container. Update set means it is a container in which whatever development you do, it would get captured in that container. That is called as an update set. Now the question is how you would, because in every company there is a naming convention is there. Everyone is having a naming convention, but you have to use that naming convention also, and that is a very standard one. Nobody would force you. You should go with that particular naming convention. It is a very generic naming convention you have to give. Suppose I would get a story. Story number is STRY STR only 00217. This is my story number I would be getting. It is for what? It is for request management. My name was Prashant Kumar. Okay, fine. That's absolutely fine. Not a problem. Now how I would include all these details in a naming convention. See this one. For which module you are doing a development for the request management, which I have already written. You get a story, because when you get a story, you'd get an idea. Okay, I have to work on request. I have to work on change. I have to work on problem. I have to work on incident. So right now I am taking an example of a request management. This is the story number underscore which module request underscore. I would write a little bit of description what I would do. Forms in request management, forms are called as in catalogs. Remember that one. Still, after this topic I would be telling you when we would be going for the topic of a creation, ticket creation. Ticket creation, we would go for an incident as well as for the catalogs. Okay, request catalog. After that, my name initials. If you want to put anyone name initials, you can put that. Here underscore. What is the date? What is today's date? It is 2022. 12 is the month. 13 is the date. Underscore V1.0. Done. This is one of the naming conventions. Story is the story number. Request is the module name, in which module you are doing it. Catalog, I have written a little bit of description. Catalog, if I want to write creation also, that also is not an issue. Creation. PR is the initials of my name. This is the date, 2022 12/13, and version 1.0. This is one of the naming convention. Other naming convention could be one request catalog. If you don't want to give your name, that's absolutely fine. E1.0. Done. This is how mostly we would keep our naming conventions. Story number. Request is the module. Catalog creation is little bit of description about the task which you are trying to achieve. Name, initials, date, version. Similarly like this. You don't have to put, if you want to avoid PR, you can avoid it. If you want to avoid date, then also you can do it. Now you can see one thing, because the question, this is mandatory. This is always mandatory. Story number and the module name, in which module you are working right now. Now the question comes is, what is V1.0? That is also a question. You can tell, no, I would not put V1.0, or even though I would not put this one, what it would make a difference? It would make a huge difference. Suppose in this container, think as a container, okay? both of them as a container. In this container, you have stored how many values? 2 values. 2 values you have stored. Fine, not a problem. You moved it to the test instance. After moving it to the test instance, again you are telling, I forgot one more, 2, 3 more values I need to capture. What should I do then at this point of time? Then that is obvious. You have to again go back to the update set. Again, you have to create a new update set. But how you would do it? Take it, either make it version 2 or either make it version 1.1 for the new update set, whatever you are creating. Why? Because that is a part of it. That's your issue. You forgot it. You forgot to capture it. So this doesn't mean next time when you would come, you would just create in this manner, that you would forget request, or you would forget catalog, or you would not give the version. So for that, you have to create exactly the same update set name. Either give it version 2.0, it is version 2, or either give it as 1.1. This is the new version I am putting. This means that the operation team or the person, whoever is deploying your update set in the production, he would get an idea. Okay, maybe he forgot something, or maybe there was some defect, whatever development he has done. So his related update set was this one, because this looks exactly the same, just only there is a difference of the version here. So that's why we use version v1.2 or v2 or v3. Like this, we use versions. Got it? This is what it is, a naming convention of an update set. Now, how to create an update set? That is also a challenge. Means when you would go in Tokyo version, San Diego version, Rome version, any version it would be, it is the same. Creation of an update set would be the same. So what you would do? First, you would go to local update set. I have opened local update set. Click on new. Done. Let me copy this update set only. Request catalog v1.2, this, fine. I would give some more information. This one done. In progress, remember this, it would consist of 3 values: in progress, complete, ignore. What you have to do in progress? In progress means in this update set, I am making it as a current update set. Whatever the development I would be doing it would be in progress. The day you would think that my development is complete, I would again come to this local update set, open this local update set, open this particular update set and make it as complete. Done. In progress I would do, and there is a button. As previously I told you, in ServiceNow, for a layman language, this would be what? This would be a button. But for a developer, it would be called as an UI action. This is a UI action. What I would do, I would click on submit and make current. Done. You would be thinking, what happened? Nothing happened. Nothing is showing here. Not a problem. Reload it. See, it already came here. Now you don't want to drop down also. You don't want to see. Click here. It would show you your current update set. This is your current update set. Request catalog PR. Just you have to go and click here. If you don't want to click here also, click on this. It would show you request catalog PR. Done. Now the process, 2 processes, request management and incident management. Now whatever development I would be doing, here it would be showing in a form of a record that it is getting recorded. It is getting recorded here in the customer updates. If you open this update set at the bottom, this is called as an, here it would be showing whatever the changes you would be doing here right now. And remember one thing, the technical language. Right now I am telling you, you scroll down and you see this customer update. This is one of the tab. Update set log, this is a tab. Child update set, this is a tab. What is this tab's meaning? This tab's meaning is that these are called as a related list. Technically, we tell it as a related list. Fine. Now, for the request manage, for the incident, what you do? Go to incident. Okay, fine. Under the incident module, there is create new, assigned to me, open, unassigned, resolved, and all. If you want to see all the updates, all the incidents, what you have to do, you have to click and open it. Done. Fine. Here you would be able to see all incidents. How many incidents? 67 incidents. Let me open new. So this is an incident which has been created. Short description, priority, urgency, category, caller. These are the few fields. Now let me open the same slide. See, same interface, number, caller, location, category, subcategory, configuration, item, impact, urgency, priority, short description, same interface. It is exactly the same interface, incident. Now, if you want to create any ticket, this is a manual ticket creation. This is a manual ticket creation. So click on this. Ticket is Abraham Lincoln. Subcategory is antivirus. Service, what service it is related to? Suppose anything database is there. Database is not there. Outlook is there. OA, Outlook Web Access. No service offering is there. That's fine. Mail issue, demo ticket creation. Fine. This is called as a contextual search. Remember this thing, out of the box. Out of the box means, as I told you from the all the classes, that's whatever ServiceNow gives you. Okay, whatever ServiceNow gives you, they would give you in a form of out of the box. Out of the box means whatever ServiceNow has a default with them. Later on, whatever you want to do or whatever customizations you want to do, that's your headache or that's company's headache, but that ServiceNow would not take care. ServiceNow would tell you, I would give you the instance completely as out of the box. If you want to use out of the box, you are happy to go. If not, you do your customization as per your business requirement.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which ServiceNow feature is used for creating and managing automated workflows? Option A, Flow Designer. Option B, Service Portal. Option C, Performance Analytics. Option D, Discovery. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master ServiceNow for efficient management? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive into ServiceNow, your ultimate tool for seamless operations. From stocking essentials to smooth deliveries, we cover it all. Taught by seasoned experts, this course starts from basics to advanced strategies, ensuring comprehensive learning. Our instructors are industry professionals ready to guide you and address all your queries. And our students, they love how practical and valuable the course is. Join now without breaking the bank. Affordable learning awaits you. Ready to ace ServiceNow? Enroll today on ZaranTech's website.